Hello and welcome to the final broadcast of Season 6 of the XP Esports Women's Leagues. And look, my name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic, Spud coming in here for the third, fourth place match. Now, Spud, the thing is, not only is it the last broadcast of the XP Esports Women's League Season 6, it is the last broadcast of a major Rainbow Six competition in ANZ for 2021. So it's a big one. Big broadcast, a big game as well. It is obviously that bronze medal match between the Grumpy Grapes and Overt. And coming into this, look, the stage has been set for a great one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the grand finals have been played. Of course, congratulations to Warriors for taking out the top spot. But we're still here to decide who takes out that third prize. Of course, $500 on the line. And these teams, after having suffered a defeat at the hands of Forsaken Boba and Warriors, will be hoping to get their own success here in the last chance to make it into the top three.
And of course, let's have a look back at how we got to this position. Of course, the format of how things have been run up until right now. 8 teams kicked things off, duking it out in 7 weeks of best of one round robin. The top 4 teams then made it through to the semi-finals, where they battled out for a spot in the grand finals, which the winners took the Warriors versus Forsaken Boba, with the Warriors winning that one pretty handily. And it was a great match to cast. And now we find ourselves in that very last match, bottom right corner, third place playoff match, with it being, of course, Grumpy Grapes versus Overt. It's been a long run. We started off with 8 teams in that pool, of course. Now down to the last 2 for play day number. I think it's getting close to 10, even 11 potentially. But Overt, Grumpy Grapes, Volpes, Viking Army, Warriors, Radical Rebels, Forsaken Boba, and Fallen Angels kicked this season off. And look, it was a hell of a season. We got some great matches. We got some great gameplay. Now we're coming into it. But the big thing, the talking point of the day, like you just said, Spud, it's about the money, about the prize pool, about everything that is up for grabs. And today, the only remaining cash up for grabs is that third place match. The winner walks away with 500. The loser walks away with nothing.
Yeah, look, it sounds to me like $500 is better than nothing. So if I were them, I'd be pretty on top of this and hoping to get that last spot, that last chance of getting some prize money, walking away with this. But, honestly, I'm not sure which team I'd back here because, looking at the results and how these teams have been playing, they're actually quite similar in terms of their results and the strength here. So, yeah, it could really come down to that last map, down to that last round, I think.
And it's not just money that's up for the grabs, though, Spud. Obviously, we still have that MVP prize available coming into the end of Season 6. The ZQ Racing Gaming Chair. And honestly, again, Spud, Cthulhu and I have talked about this, Pro and I have talked about it. I'm going to talk about it with you. Everyone knows there are a couple of different things specifically that can improve your gameplay. One of them, RGB. It just, everyone knows. Plus 15% accuracy, skill, everything. The other thing is a gaming chair, and a chair like this one is definitely going to improve your stature at whatever you play.
Yeah, even it's great for the office as well, though I'm sure these people are more of the play siege variety. Also, it'd be really great if we could get some gaming socks next year as well. But, one thing at a time. I'm just, putting it out there. Gaming socks would be really, really nice as well, guys.
Just saying, as someone who does have a pair of ZQ Racing gaming socks, they are actually really nice. They're super comfortable. But enough of talking about ZQ Racing and prizing and everything that's up for grabs. Let's get on into it, Spud. Let's have a look at how this season closed out going to the playoffs, where we found ourselves at. And obviously, Warriors of Forsaken Boba were looking great, and they continued looking great right up until the end. Forsaken Boba only dropping to the Warriors in both those matches that they lost, one in the round robin, one in that grand final. Warriors finish the season undefeated. Not the only team to have done it. I've been messaged by a certain coach of a certain team. Quacked Gaming also did that a couple of seasons back. I believe it was actually last season, if I remember correctly. They also had that undefeated run, but it was an absolute race around that 4th place position to see who made it in. Viking Army, Grumpy Grapes, and Overt were all contesting around 3rd to 4th. Unfortunately, Viking Army just missed out on that round differential. Let's have a look at our bracket, where we find ourselves, of course, as well. 2 matches played to start things off. Warriors taking down Grumpy Grapes 2-0. Forsaken Boba having a bit of a harder run against Overt. It went the full 3 maps. And then now we find ourselves Grumpy Grapes and Overt coming into this 3rd place playoff match. It's really anyone's guess who could take it, like you said, Spud. But if there was money down on this, who would you be backing?
Look, I wouldn't put too much money on this. I'd back Overt here. Something tells me Overt have got it in them to kind of take it out here. You look at the way they played against Forsaken Boba. They really gave them a run for their money. They actually took a map out against them as well. And Forsaken Boba, usually a relatively dominant team, really struggled there. At the same time, though, Grumpy Grapes, although they did go 2-0 against Warriors, I don't think we can entirely count them out. Of course, Warriors just, absolutely unstoppable anyway. So the 2-0 scoreline isn't necessarily a reflection of Grumpy Grapes playing poorly. I think it's just Warriors playing really, really well. So certainly Grumpy Grapes could still, upset my expectations. And yeah, I think still they have a really good chance. And so I'm a 50-50 person here.
50-50, unfortunately, may not be enough for either of these teams at a best of three. It has to go one way or the other, so you can't tie at the end of the day. And our two teams, of course, Overt versus Grumpy Grapes. Let's waste no more time. Let's get on into the rosters and have a bit of a chat about who we are going to see battling it out today. Up first, of course, Overt. Psycho, Beans, Cortari, Ravenna, Bucky coming into play. You've got Face Cream and Arnie in the backlines as a coach, and Sarah and Faith Saver as subs to the team. Cortari, a massive player. I'm a little upset. She wasn't able to clutch up enough over the weekend in that charity match to pick us up the win, but still pulled out some big stuff. An absolute gunner. She is looking dangerous and could be a huge upset factor for the Grumpy Grapes today.
Yeah, just look at the experience she brings to the team. She's just played so many games. She's used to this whole, the whole shebang. And definitely that experience is going to be something that helps a team to stay steady, fight through the moments when they're not doing so well, and definitely as well lead the entry into the fray. KD 1.82, nothing to laugh at. Pretty good here. Definitely going to be watching out for her if I were Grumpy Grapes.
Yeah, most definitely. I would be very, very, keen to see what Cortari is bringing to the table. She's one that can unleash the beast a little bit, on the defense. She decides to stop playing to the team and sort of does her own thing, picks up the FMG9 smoke, goes off on a roam, and on the attack, known for her zero and her fuse. So definitely keen to see what she's bringing to the table today. But their opponents, the Grumpy Grapes. The first time they're pushing through into this position for the playoffs run, at least while I've been casting Women's League. Now, this competition does predate me a little bit, but very, very well-known roster in their own right. Cheese, Yoshi, Burnabear, Cass, Serenity. You got Scoops, Nova, and Crescent as subs, and Crescent and Webra as the coaches for the team. They pulled up into the into the playoffs run. It wasn't quite the run they would have hoped for, having to face off against Warriors in the first round, but there was a lot of rounds in that semi-final match that could have gone their way.
Yeah, again, it was close. Sometimes the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect how well matched teams are. And, it might be a 7-0, but there's certainly lots of rounds where it was just by the skin of their teeth. Warriors pulled ahead. And, just looking at the stats, we have stuff all over the board, all around. Great plays here. Cass and Serenity leading the charge on that KD as well. Definitely going to be the entry players here. Well, or at least that's my expectation. And again, lots of experience here, lots of rounds played here is going to weigh well for Grumpy Grapes as well as they go into this matchup against Overt.
And, this matchup, there is a lot riding on it, not just, obviously, the money, but the bragging rights as well. Top three podium finish rather than a top four. No one, if you're not on the podium, people aren't going to know who you are. But going into our matchup today, Spud, the arena in which those battles will be taking place, going into a map ban, of course. We've seen some interesting maps. We saw Bank the other day in that grand final. Didn't quite go the way that Forsaken Boba wanted, but Bank banned out immediately. Grumpy Grapes want nothing to do with it. We hit the Chalet first, followed up by Oregon, and then Clubhouse to close it out. So two of the ANZ standards with a bit of the new flair. Chalet coming through.
Yeah, Chalet, personally, it's my favorite map. I really like the way it plays out. It's got some great defensive positions you can play, but it's also really good for attacking. You see a lot more momentum and initiative being taken by attackers. And so I really look forward to seeing that map. Oregon and Clubhouse are kind of, I feel, different to the way Chalet plays, though. It's a little more defender-sided, a little more passive, and that's quite interesting. We've got those two kind of styles on display here on that first two maps with Clubhouse as our decider.
Yeah, so we go from, Chalet, it's a little bit more free-flowing. You're not heavy driven into the strat side of things. You can play around the frags just a little bit more, but you go to Oregon, you need to be bringing a deep strat book. Same with Clubhouse. You need to know what you're doing in your setups. and then you can sort of be a little bit more free flowing. But Chalet, it's sort of 50-50. You're like, cool, we're going to set this up this way, and then we're just going to go for it. So I'm excited to see what's coming, and what the Grumpy Grapes have prepped coming into this matchup as well. We are just waiting on the final R's in chat. Last player apparently is loading into the lobby.
Yeah, of course. In Clubhouse, I kind of compare it to like the Dust 2 of Siege. Everyone plays it, everyone knows how to play it. And so that's where you really see the good teams set apart from the great teams, because you really have to know what you're doing and be able to adapt to what your opponent is doing as well. So, a fitting place to go for our decider, Clubhouse. I think it's going to be really exciting if we get there. But of course, that's if we get there, because we do have Chalet Oregon first up. And who knows, it might be a 2-0.
Very real possibility. We've seen anything happen in the in women's league, and any number of upsets could come through. We've seen the most recent incident that comes to mind is Buddha face tanking exothermic on her way into CCTV and dying. So crazy things do happen in the women's league, and not for any lack of skill or anything. It's just Butter was so keen to get into the site, she didn't wait for the exothermic to pop. Look, very real possibility. We go back to Clubhouse, we see it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen to the best of us. It's happened to a pro player on the world stage. I definitely remember. I think it was a TSM player who pushed into a thermite charge on Consulate and got blown up. So, hey, we've seen missed grenades. We've seen it all. So, no surprises that we see it here too. And of course, mistakes like that, they happen, but you need to make sure they don't hold you back, that you're still able to, stand back up, dust yourself off, and keep going. And that's going to be something that tests both of these teams here. They've already suffered a defeat in the playoffs, but for that third place, they're going to need to, get back on their feet and keep swinging here in order to make it there.
I mean, look, a bad player would see it as a mistake. A good player would see it as a learning experience. All we know for sure is Buddha exploded. But right now, look, we're going into Chalet. We're still waiting on the last player to jump on into the lobby. Overt having started on the defense, so they are looking probably to leverage that second half going to attack. For Grumpy Grapes here, this is your map pick. What is your win condition?
Well, I do believe that Overt played Chalet against Forsaken Boba, and I think that was a Forsaken Boba victory, if I'm correct. So one thing's for sure is that Overt have that experience. They know how to play it. So it's interesting that Grumpy Grapes have gone for this. Hopefully the aggression will be able to catch Overt out. It is usually considered a more frag-heavy, more aggressive map. So if you start off with that momentum and then really, really make it difficult for Overt to play catch-up, then yeah, if they can pick up that early lead, I think that's where things will go well. But on the other hand, if Grumpy Grapes don't manage to get those early rounds down on the board and Overt manage to, equalize, bring it to a 3-3 on their defensive half, once they get onto attack, I think that's where Overt will really start shining and take away Chalet.
Well, I mean, look, Chalet, it gets a bit cold. We then go to Oregon. So we're going, it's an interesting trip. So we're going from like the heart of Europe, French Alps, into Oregon, back to Germany. So I think, whatever the idea here for Grumpy Grapes and Overt, the travel expenses are going to be astronomical.
Yeah, glad I'm not paying for that. I wonder if Ubisoft will sponsor some flights here.
No. XP have agreed to cover all travel costs getting from, Chalet back to Oregon, then to Clubhouse. So at least they've given us that opportunity. We don't have to worry about the travel fees. We get to go along as well. So not only is XP paying for the 10 players plus the 4 support staff for each team to go, but us as well. You really have to rate them and their commitment to making sure that we get the best coverage possible. Now, Spud, I do have to ask, did you pack your Riot helmet? Because obviously with bullets flying and explosions going up, we need to make sure we're safe as well.
Yep, I made sure to pack my bulletproof vest as well. I've got a couple of them. I bought the heaviest I could find, and a nice Monty shield as well, just to keep myself safe. I do want to make it back here because I do want to go to Oregon and Germany as well. I haven't been to Germany yet. I hear the beer is really good.
And the sausage, depending on what part of Germany you're traveling to. A nice little bratwurst break in the middle would be great. Break for lunch, get ourselves ready to go. But we are 10 players are in the lobby. We're just waiting on the R's before we look to kick things off. Heading into Chalet. There we go. R's are ready to go, Spud. We're heading on into Chalet. It might look scenic and serene now, but in moments that is going to change. then one of the newer maps to the competitive pool has established itself impressively well.
Yeah, Chalet, again, as we've mentioned, it's a very dynamic map. It's a very exciting map. It's great to watch. It's great to play as well. I personally really like playing it and casting it as well.
Oh, would you look at that? Skyfire and Crack playing. We're going back to last stage. This is truly big stuff, Dad.
Wow, that's a real throwback.
He's been trying to get on top of everything. It can be quite stressful, but we know it's great. Overt playing Thatcher, the first ban coming out of Overt. No surprises there.
Yeah, Thatcher, so useful in so many situations. Just, a standard ban, you're always going to run with it. But, okay, I feel like that's a target ban. You mentioned Guattari really plays Zero, so targeted. That's a target ban.
Yeah, like she plays it very, very well. She can provide a lot in terms of not just fragging power, but flank watch as well. The Kaid, no surprises there with Thatcher off the board. The last thing you want is having to deal with him through those hatches. And the final ban, I'm looking Valkyrie, I'm looking Mira probably is one of the two to close it out.
Yeah, Mira, there's a lot of power positions to be playing with that, and it just makes life so difficult. We talk about it being like an overused ban, but hey, you understand why. It's just so powerful at locking down those corridors and the approaches. It's a no-brainer here. And at this point in the game, you want to make sure you stick with what you're comfortable with. Make sure you don't throw yourselves too far over the loop, and make sure, you've got the tools you need to play.
Alrighty, coming. I just crashed my new Kia. Now I have no Kia. Cortari, this is her win strategy. Get the dad jokes flowing early. This is where her power comes from. If she is not making dad jokes, she's not in the server.
All right, yeah, as a professional purveyor of dad jokes, I reckon that one's pretty good. I give it an 8 out of 10 at least. That's a minimum score.
Well, look, as a professional purveyor, what sort of medical insurance plan do you guys have? Do you get dental as a purveyor of dad jokes?
Oh no, dental's not covered. It's counted as an extra. So nice. I'm looking to change that though. I'm running for the union, the dad joke purveyor union.
Yeah, I hear they have real good representation. So look, get your votes in now. Make sure Spud gets on the board, gets in with the union, so that he can make sure that Cortari has the benefits she deserves as it's a hard road. Dad joke purveyors don't get the respect they necessarily deserve on the global scale, and it starts here, Spud. It really does.
Well, starting on Chalet, that's where we're going here for our very first map, between Grumpy Grapes and Overt. This is, of course, Grumpy Grapes' pick. Overt starting on the defense here, and they have started on the Master Office site, which is usually considered one of the best sites, and that's not a good start, though, for Grumpy Grapes.
Yeah, but this is quintessential Cortari. Of course, she's looking to get aggressive and try and find those early picks. The 6th pick from the Wemai onto the castle, paying out well for her. We've seen just how big this castle pick can be on this master bedroom off the site.
Yeah, it's so great for cutting off those lines of sight, making sure you can rotate between the sites a little bit more freely, but of course, you do have a sledge, you do have the Barna to work with, and even with the IQ off the board, again, plenty of tools and utility you need to clear that out. So it's not the end of the world, just a little bit of a slowdown.
Oh, pings coming through. Cass could have found a big frag there on Debaki, but she backs off into the bathroom. Martin Tracell towards Solarium stairs. Again, not going to find anything, just missed opportunities. The only player so far to connect being Cortari.
This solo take is a little bit slowed down here, having to drone out the bottom floor, though. That is a good way to make sure you don't get flanked. You hold onto that kitchen area, hold onto the dining area, and then move your way up here. And so far, although it's been slow, they've managed to get a little bit of territory. Cass almost looking for a contact here, but it will be Baki who is close and looking to challenge that.
Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers have dropped
I believe there are a couple of concussion grenades there available for the lifeline. So placed well, Cass could definitely contest things. It might be those on catch, I'm not quite sure at the moment. But Serenity down in the basement, hunting for the presence in that bottom site, but not in play, obviously. But Yoshi, unfortunately, also going to be found there as they look to aggress in. There we go. Lifeline concussion grenade. Barky swings. She's going to win it too. Double for her playing out of the bathroom.
That's a flawless round to start things off, and yeah, that's one way to describe it. Flawless, no deaths, and not really much challenge at all. Obviously, that first pick did help out a lot. Having that man advantage means you can, press home that advantage, and you can sometimes play a bit passively. But I think the aggression from Overt was what caught Grumpy Grapes off. I mean, Becky just swinging that door. Grumpy Grapes were not ready for that.
Not at all. So you got to hope that, well, now after that first round, Grumpy Grapes will look to bounce back with a bit of a vengeance. We head now to Bar Gaming, which at the moment is the go-to site for the vast majority of teams, with a couple of 6 picks coming around. Cortari sticking with the Warden, a Frost in play for Psycho, and Frost probably one of the most played defenders on this map.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
Yeah, so many windows and jump-ins you want to cover with those Frost mats. You can hold crossfires with them as well, and when jump in, at least give you a little bit of intel if they try to shoot it as well. So definitely a really welcome addition, especially with the shield. It's just all-round, great operator to be bringing here, and so much utility that can slow down the attackers here.
This mezzanine position is such a powerful one. It's something interesting that I've noticed about ANZ teams. That the library hallway window, there is that slanted roof next to it. A lot of NA teams will send someone to commit, hold that slanted roof, because it gives you such a powerful angle towards top mezzanine. But ANZ teams do tend to avoid it just that little bit more, because they don't want to take a 50-50 gunfight.
Yeah, and especially we see that shield up on mezzanine facing that window. It's a very common shield there, and it does give you a little bit of protection as well. So, the odds eventually stack up in the defense, and having to place a player there permanently, not being able to move as dynamically, can, sometimes hurt your attack as well. So, ANZ teams like to move around a little bit more, like to be a bit more aggressive, and that's probably why we don't see that player on that roof.
But look, it's such a powerful position. If you can line it up well, that shield is impossible to hold, and you can take control of mezzanine. Honestly, I think it's just NA teams willing to look to be a bit more aggressive, and the risk is worth it in the end for them, I suppose. But right now, Grumpy Grapes prepping themselves, little frag grenade onto the stairs window by Fireplace. That could have been a big one, but unfortunately, Overt not going to give them that opportunity to find an open pick so freely, and this Legion already being a nuisance to the team.
Yeah, again, that's going to slow down the attack, but it has at least... Grumpy Grapes have at least made their way into the building. They've got the Solarium control. They've got this master office area. The next step now will be opening that library, master wall, pushing the players in mezzanine and library stairs out. But again, lots of utility, lots of players here holding onto it. It's going to be fairly difficult here, especially once the time starts ticking down.
Shots are ringing out across the board. So far, despite the best efforts of Grumpy Grapes, they're having a hard time flushing out some of these key positions that Overt are holding. And Rotary drones, you got to respect the attempt there, but unfortunately, with the players covering the angles that they are, that could have been a big hit shot for Barky. Unfortunately misses, and that is the last Rotary drone, unfortunately, which means this top library hold is that much stronger now.
Yeah, it's so difficult, especially with both the Wamai magnets and the Jaeger devices here holding onto that utility. Bucky, however, will be forced to fall back due to that shield being popped. Psycho, last one upstairs. Beans, however, will be coming to support Psycho with one pick as well. Make it two, almost a third. It will be a third before falling back, and suddenly Grumpy Grape's attack is in shambles.
That C1 is a bit of a fiend. Serenity is going to answer back and deny the chance at a flawless. Back-to-back flawless, and they lose Ravenna as well. Serenity, unfortunately, will be tagged up a little bit for her efforts through that vert angle. But a 1 versus 3 with 17 seconds left. Now a 1 versus 2 is entirely doable, especially for someone like Serenity. She can hit those shots. She's going to try and rush her way to the side, but Cortari up in library. Probably the most passive I have seen Cortari play in a long time. Just holds the angle, finds the frag, picks up a second for Overt, and the pause, understandably, will be called as Ravenna did drop from the server. But even with that happening, it didn't seem to slow Overt down.
Yeah, of course, that's a smart play there from Guittari. You don't want to throw it down into a 1v1 where things can go a bit bit hazy, a bit 50-50, and especially with a player leaving, you need to wait for them to disconnect. So playing a bit passive, waiting for the push to come to you, certainly the play there. But I mean, from the start, the play was really, really good from Overt. They held on to those power positions at the top of Library Stairs and Mezzanine, and then, of course, Psycho with that insane 3K. Yeah, Grumpy Grapes had a very difficult run on that attack.
Well, for the sounds of it, we do have Ravenna back in. We're jumping back into the game. A nice, quick speed run attempt of getting her back into the server. Right now, we hit to kitchen dining. So right now, Overt are on track to commit the flawless rotation of sites. Grumpy Grapes, I mean, despite their best efforts, are being stymied somewhat.
Yeah, look, the last attack wasn't too bad. There was a bit of entry, and then they focused on getting rid of that utility, but perhaps a bit of pressure from Library might have helped her, just make life a little bit more difficult for those Library and Mezzanine players. Of course, the grenade, a little bit mistimed as well. Had it been held onto a little bit earlier, could have got that player at the top of Mezzanine, which of course was Psycho, and then things really could have changed differently. But now we're going to, kitchen dining, the tertiary site, and another site that requires a lot of top floor play. So, I expect Grumpy Grapes this time also will be clearing top down.
You have to hope so, because the last couple of attempts have been pretty brutal for them. I mean, you look at things at the moment, Psycho 4-1, Barky 3-1. So a couple of very big multi-frag rounds for the two of them. And Cortari currently 3-0 between this and, the last two rounds and now coming into this. She's looking to be aggressive, playing the Oryx a little bit here, wanting to be a bit more mobile around the map. So, I mean, Grumpy Grapes, I think the game plan might be just slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, slow things down, but at the same time, I think a little bit more... Oh, no, that's unfortunate. She does get away with her life, though. Bernabet almost taken out by Katari yet again. But yeah, as I was saying, a little slowing down, but also a little bit more directed aggression. The push last time was a little bit too passive, and so it was difficult to flush players out. So maybe put someone, confident. We've seen some players with some great KDs who definitely can hit those shots. Put them forward and, have them follow the drones in order to clear out players.
The smart call. The Solarium hot take needs to be clean. They don't want to lose anyone here. And with Psycho playing Solarium Stairs, they will find out her positioning as the drone is shot out and the dump of the stuns comes through. But she'll back herself off for now. Looks to reaggress back on, but there's already a player in. The camera reveals, goes to the swing. Big damage dealt, but also big damage taken. An even trade across the board.
Yeah, but at the same time, top floor control has been ceded to Grumpy Grapes, at least the office area. Bernabet now looking for Katari. I'm not sure if she can find her. Katari already has her sights up. Bernabet actually just walks past it. Both players, neither of them finding each other. Psycho, however, looking to come up these stairs, may be able to find her, but it will be Cass the first to find a pick this time.
That's big. Barky down. They will find a follow-up. Two primary fraggers off the board for Overt as Bernard drops Psycho. The biggest loss in terms of utility. Cortari spots the back of Bernard. Will shut her down as well, but the positioning in Library now well and truly known. So you can already see Grumpy Grapes looking to hunt her down. In fact, no, maybe not. Serenity gets caught looking the wrong way, and that's a second for Hatari, who has absolutely robbed Grumpy Grapes of their lead in this round.
That was a bit of a misplay there. Maybe some communication just dropped. But hey, at the same time, they do still have vertical control, and Beans on low health means, hey, they can push that man advantage. But Ravenna will be looking to deny that, looking for a pick here, and Katari on the flank does manage to make it back to side.
Ravenna just making things infinitely harder for the Grumpy Grapes right now as we head into red time. 10 seconds left in play. 3 versus 2. Cass and Yoshi gonna have to hit some big shots, but Yoshi falls. Beans, despite being low, takes it out. Cass for 1, but there's no time. Overt have somehow completed the flawless rotation of sites with, no reason to have been able to get away with that. They just capitalized, and the fact that Cortari went undroned absolutely took that round away from them.
Yeah, even if she wasn't droned out, surely her kill onto that onto Burner Bear would have given her position away. I'm just, yeah, a bit surprised that that call wasn't made. Maybe they thought she was at the bottom of the stairs. I don't know, but it does mean you lose that man advantage. In the end, they still had it fairly even. It was a 3v3, I believe, but ultimately the defensive positioning of Overt was just too difficult for Grumpy Grapes to take over, and that meant Overt now complete that flawless site
Attackers need to
rotation.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, 3-0 in the first half. Overt really looking to run away with things here. Same setup, so Squatari is still sticking with the game plan for now. We're not going to see her go for that wild pick onto the smoke FMG9 where they're going and hunting for the frag. But Grumpy Grapes still feeling like they're warming up a little bit. And there we go, the new change, it's come out. Just chucking castle barricades over the window. Makes it that much easier to set yourself up.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and all these lines of sight being denied as well, again, will make playing in that piano area and this bathroom area a lot safer, and it means you can, again, freely rotate, and that's kind of important here because you can have kind of two ways attackers will push, either from the solarium or from library, and you want to be able to adjust to that, especially when they rotate quickly on a relatively small map like Chalet.
Action phase underway, and the Grumpy Grapes looking to try and get themselves around on the board. Yoshi getting up to the roof, wants to establish some control over towards the that key point of entrance of the team, which I would imagine will be a combination of Solarium and probably Office Balcony. But at the moment, the biggest point of concern is that rotation between the two sites over towards that piano room. So someone needs to get on the double window. They need to be locking it down. They need to be providing support for the team that way.
Tari going for a cheeky run out, might actually catch the player down here, but already in the building, Cass does manage to get away with her life. No, she's been pretty careful. And yeah, Katari will give away her position, forced to rotate now. And Grumpy Cheese actually, on the other side of the map, might actually catch her with a drone.
Beans opens with a kill on the cast there. Again, these engagements not really going the way that I think Grumpy Grapes would have hoped for in this situation. Well, as it stands, 4 versus 5, and Cortari still looking to be that aggressor in these situations. Wants to find the off angle, wants to find the pick, wants to find the numbers. Has died already, which is unfortunate, but that's never slowed her down.
I'm just a bit concerned about the lack of refrags here and trades on the part of Grumpy Grapes. They didn't really have a player in position to get the pick after Cass was taken out, whereas if you look at how closely together Overt is playing, it's, they can support each other fairly well, and that's something I'd hope Grumpy Grapes will be able to improve as this round and this match moves on.
A bomb has been located.
The site and Yoshi with a big kill on the Beans, swinging through dining. That's huge. Nitro self-committed by Baki, won't find anything. And Kotari back down in the basement, looking to be a nuisance. This is where things could quickly spiral out of control. Baki as well, playing the bathroom. Last time she was here, she found 3 picks to win the round flawlessly in that opener. And the oh, okay, Baki, that's not quite what you want to be doing. Must have hit a key on her mouse or something. And it triggered the melee, but Serenity finds a kill on a Ravenna, and all of a sudden, that minor misplay may have cost them dearly into the round. Cortari on the flank, trying to pinch in from behind. Baki trying to play the blown angles, but you can see walls being opened up. Burner with a hell of a headshot on the Psycho. Baki gets aggressive, but Burner's going to double down. Keeps the team alive, and the hopes along with it. Cortari spots the player above in Solarium, but the plant's going down the flank there, and Yoshi is going to bag Grumpy Grapes their first win here on Chalet. And it took them some time to get warmed up, but the Grumpy Grapes looking very, very clean after that one.
Well, it seems that the 20-second meta hasn't quite disappeared yet. I believe it was about 30 seconds when they actually went for the Hibana charge on the wall, which, I don't know. I thought that was a little bit too late, but hey, it worked out. Baki did try to swing out of that bathroom door, and this time they had enough players to actually watch that. They were aware, they were ready for that, and this time, yeah, Baki wasn't able to pick up a single kill. So yeah, Grumpy Grapes with their first, a little bit slow again on the attack, but at the end of the day, they did manage to make the execute work. On the part of Overt, though, maybe this time is when you play a little bit passive, wait for them to push into sight, because you don't really need to pick the angles. They're outside the site, they have 20 seconds, you've got the smoke on the board, you can hold the prone angles, off angles, just wait for them to come to you.
Wait indeed. Very, very clean round from Grumpy Grapes. They took control, they won the gunfights they needed to, and then from there they proceeded to lock down and make sure they could get that plant secured. Overt gonna try again. They're gonna double down, go back to the second floor bomb site right now, Spud. No changes, but already things starting a little bit rougher than they did the last time.
Yeah, Qatari's already taken a bit of damage. Definitely that's not a spawn peek. A teammate might have given her a friendly love tap, but
it was an impact grenade.
Dibs on the person who just got shotgun. Somebody knows. Somebody knows. Serenity knows. Oh,
maybe it was a shotgun. I heard the impact go off at the same time, so maybe I have been debated, but yeah, no. Grumpy Grapes have learnt their lesson. Not going to be getting punished by that same spawn peak that Qatari's been looking for round after round. Here in the fifth, they are playing it smart, they're playing it clean, and they are looking to, well, even up the half.
I like the change of pace here. They're approaching it differently. Qatari, once again, will do the same thing. Go for a spawn, go for a bit of a peek, but it will be Cass who is on the receiving end of that. But hey, like I said, a different approach, going through library this time. Last time they scraped by Solar by the skin of their teeth. This time, maybe it's time to do something different.
Maybe indeed. But right now, again, the momentum will slow a little bit. A couple of early trades across the board, just trying to gauge the water and see what's happening. But mezzanine control, forfeited. Grumpy Grapes are in up on that second floor, looking to clear across from south to north. Ravenna as well going to be tagged up just a little bit. Overt, really playing backs against the wall. They have backed themselves into a corner up on the second floor.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be giving away this territory too early. And with still a minute and a half, they have plenty of time to start working those walls. I don't think there's anyone quite underneath in dining as well, and that could mean you can open up the wall from below. Yeah, Beans is close by, but not quite close enough. And again, there's certainly lots of space for this wall to be opened up, and that's going to be quite worrying because it starts to allow you to execute, especially with no player underneath.
Terra's coming through, looking to clear that utility, and there we go. Straight on in, and they can start to pressure this office wall. So once again, Grumpy Grapes starting things off very, very cleanly. They're taking the objectives they need to, but now they need to accelerate. They need to push on into the site, get that plant down, because otherwise they could find themselves running against the clock and losing out. So hopefully we see that acceleration coming through. They've got to ramp things up here, and you can see flicking on cams. Overt looking for that info wherever they can find it, because the last thing they want is to be caught out and punished. And, well, early damage again in this execute. They haven't committed to the push. The toxic canisters once again slowing things. It's all starting to come apart. Yoshi, 4 players tagged heavy, and one of them, in fact, fragged out. Ravenna for a double, just tucked in, doing the damage necessary to shut down this push. 20 seconds in play, and Grumpy Grapes will find their first. That's big. Ravenna shut down the site, surrendering for a second. It's looking very, very rough and very, very dangerous. Serenity and Cheese drop, leaving it down to Kaz, who will find one, swinging in with a shotgun past Psycho. Doesn't quite realize that there is that player in Piano, and it was an unfortunate round for the Grumpy Grapes.
Yeah, rather unfortunately, they started out strong. They had the good, site, the map control. They took library, they took mezzanine, they started to work that wall. They got that wall open, but unfortunately, it just came apart a little bit at the seams at the execute. And I think that was because of the defensive positions still being held by Overt. They had Ravenna, of course, in that office area tucked behind the wall. And also, I believe it was Psycho, behind the shield on Piano. And that gives you a nice crossfire through the breach, especially with the soft wall opened up. And so while they could fight one angle, they couldn't fight both. And the combination of those two players meant they got whittled down. And then, of course, one player left against 3, and especially running in against someone with a shotgun. Yeah, very difficult to win.
We head back to Bar Gaming. This site, again, one that has gone over its way in the past. Again, was a pretty brutal mincemeat of a fight coming into the end of the round. So hopefully, if they can bring it back just a little bit, even a 4-2 half is doable right now. So Grumpy Grapes have got to put all the eggs in the same basket in this round.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, I feel that if Overt managed to walk away with the advantage here, going into the attack, that's where this really going to start to shine. For Grumpy Grapes, though, it's a chance, this is the last chance you have at attacking, and this is where you need to be picking the momentum back. You've lost 3 rounds, managed to get 1 and then lost again. You need to at least have that momentum going into the round switch to carry you forward, because really, you don't have much of a round advantage to work with.
Not at all. So you can't be affording to messing around. And this position here, top library stairs with the shield, Barky in play with the Jaeger and the Wemai. It was so strong in the last attempted defense. So Grumpy Grapes have got to read into this. They've got to clear that shield up. They cannot let that position hold for as long as it did last time.
Yeah, I do like this Yoshi using a sledge grenade from the fireplace window. Maybe they could extend that a little bit, put someone through the fireplace entirely. You can also go through the garage, and that might give them a little bit of vertical play, given that the mezzanine is soft. But hey, if they do the same thing, I really feel like Avert will read into it and will know how to handle it this time.
Psycho again, holding things down. And last time she was here, she found 3 massive kills on this defense and completely gutted Grumpy Grapes' push. So they need to be paying that respect. They need to be denying that, the chance of that happening again. But once again, look, Grumpy Grapes, they're still not wasting time. They are getting themselves in those key positions early, which is a very, very reassuring sign.
Yeah, they do need to be careful. The flank here, Katari is underneath, and I imagine that hatch can probably be opened if it's not already. A risky flank, but definitely a flank that could happen. So I do like the use of the drone here. We'll make sure those solarium stairs are covered and make sure no players, Katari or otherwise, will be able to get up there.
Katari's still downstairs. Honestly, I'm wondering if maybe we need to start seeing, or we needed to see a Jackal, but Barky immediately removed with a frag grenade from Yoshi. That's big. That's exactly what you're looking for. But there's still so many angles that Grumpy Grapes need to clean out.
Yeah, and with these players close by, they can certainly take that position once again. Katari is the one who will look to deny this push out of that reinforced wall. But Psycho won't be able to find 3 this time. She does get taken down by Serenity. It's all up to Katari up here. Tags 1, but will be forced to fall back.
Has to get out with the Rumor Dash to keep herself alive. And again, heading to the final 30 seconds. Grumpy Grapes may not have given themselves enough time to maneuver here. Overt still has 3 players in some very powerful positions as well. 2 in backstock and 1 playing the main stairs. Ravenna spots a player through the hatch. Bean's going to spot the back of Burner Bear there as well. Shuts it down. Brings it back to the 4 versus 3, and as time dwindles away, it's looking dire. Cheese finds a kill, the first for her in this map. Bomb going down, they need to cover it and enable that plant. Beans killing Cass means that it's getting more tense right now. 2 versus 3 in the post plant, that's reassuring. Grumpy Grapes, Yoshi pushes through, finds Ravenna. It's down to Beans, it's traded back. A triple for her in the round. It would have to be an ace clutch if she wants to take this round for the team. So hopefully she can pull it back and pull out some sort of miracle. But no, it's a trade in the end. 4K for her, but Grumpy Grapes do get themselves a second.
Well, it was close at times, but they made it work. Very last minute execute. I was personally quite worried there. There was, I've written down, they had 30 seconds by the time they took library control, and you still got to find all those players on site. But of some great entry there, especially from the Habana player, Grumpy Cheese did manage to get into the site, and then of course some great cover as well meant they weren't quite able to win that back. Although hands down, that was a great attempt there. Beans a 4K, almost an ace clutch, down to last player. Very nicely done.
Well, hopefully it does turn around going into the second half. Of course, now onto the defense for the Grumpy Grapes. And this could be the turning point that they've been looking for so desperately on Chalet. They have been pushed very, very hard in map 1. Overt definitely bringing their A game in this matchup. So Grumpy, hopefully, it's not going to be all over here.
Yeah, of course, as we mentioned earlier, they get that chance to reset the momentum. They get that chance now to, go onto the defense, have a bit more time to prepare. And that's definitely going to help in terms of a mental state, being able to take a breather and start afresh. And that could be what they need here, a chance to wipe the slate clean, although it is 4-2. Yeah, chance to begin anew and hopefully do better on this half.
Attackers are moving
It's
out
of
to
course going to
locate
be the
bombs and
ultimate
defuse
goal, but Bar Gaming, first sight for them in the defense, and we see largely the same operators being bought, bar, of course, that clash coming into play. So I'm definitely excited to see what their game plan is with that.
Yes, the Clash, top of library stairs with the shield and all my magnets. Just no Jaeger devices. Definitely still going to be really, really hard to push her out of that position. And we've seen it in other leagues. We've seen it being used quite nicely. So I want to see how well this goes, because honestly, it could really, really stall out Overt's attack. And that's something that, would definitely be the downfall.
I'm trying to read into how Overt are going to deal with this, and already Beans in aggressively top west main. Wants to try and find the player they know is lurking around dining. It is going to be Yoshi, of course, looking to get aggressive, try and trade back, but ducks out the dining door, keeps himself in it for now. They don't want to be giving these picks away early, and so a very smart play from the Grumpy Grapes.
bomb located by
The
attackers.
live drone there was also excellent, giving Beans all the intel she needed and forcing that Valkyrie player back. And now that you've got control of Diny, you can hold that flank and not have to worry too much about them coming through that jungle corridor. After that, of course, it's a matter of taking top floor, working the library shield and all that, and of course, still a lot of work to do.
Well, again, things will slow just a little bit going into the halfway point of the round. No real explosions just yet. Not a single point of damage dealt to either team, but this flank from Yoshi pushing up behind on West Main, it doesn't seem they have any information or any flank watch in particular at all. This could be absolutely huge. This friend of Barky, the headshot. It was not clean, but it was effective.
Yeah, look, you got to do what you got to do. At the end of the day, you got the kill. That's what counts here. And definitely going to be feeling that, especially with the player down, the frag grenades off the board. And, also the mental of, hey, how did she get there, right? How did she slip past all the drones and just get such a free pick? Definitely going to slow down Overt a lot more.
Well, Bernabear's going to find the second of the round as she drops Beans. And oh no! Cortari into the frost mat. That is not good. That is not at all what you want to see. But for Grumpy Graves, it is going to be a reprieve. With Cortari off the board, it's just down to Ravenna and Psycho. Yoshi falls. Cortari finished, but so is Ravenna. Psycho looks to push up library stairs from the basement. Spots another. Goes for the frag grenade fadeaway, but with 6 seconds left, it is another round on the board for the Grumpy Graves.
Operators, you are out.
Yeah, that attack was going pretty well at the start. They managed to get the necessary territory entering in from top west main, but unfortunately slowed down by that Roma, by Yoshi, of course, who later came back to haunt them, managed to get that pick, and then still they weren't able to quite lock her down. So a nice start, but they didn't manage to execute well, and I think that's kind of a theme we've been seeing a little bit here between both these teams. Entry is good, they managed to get that early map territory, but when it comes to late executes and actually getting onto the map, the site, that's when things really start to slow down.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a bit rough on that one. But in saying that, it's not the end of the world by any means. Overt still have that round advantage to work with, so they can keep things at least, rolling in their favour for the most part now. But, I mean, that was a big round. That was huge from Grumpy Grapes, all kicked off really by Yoshi on that flank through the basement.
Yeah, flank drones, of course. We mentioned that you don't have to worry about players flanking through the jungle 90 corridor, but of course, you still need to worry about West Main, and with such a deep roam like that, it's very easy to come up West Main, get that pick, and then you just run all the way back to site through the basement. So definitely not a pick Overt wanted to be losing early, especially as your entry. You don't want to be losing Bucky. You need those frag grenades to work with as well. And then, of course, yeah, things kind of snowballed from there once they got that man advantage. Another pick came out, and Katara into the frost mat certainly didn't help either.
Yeah, look, she's probably going to be kicking herself just a little bit. Not the most impressed with that. So apparently she shot it, or at least she thought she did. And then, well, unfortunately, it did not matter much because she went down into it anyway. Right now, though, Overt looking to push through, take control. They want to get themselves some early positioning on the site, and Chi is going to be the first one to take some damage, some big damage. Psycho playing on that double master bedroom window. No castle in play for the Grumpy Grapes. That's interesting.
D4 won't quite connect, but yeah, no damage, in fact, taken by Overt at the moment. It will be Grumpy Cheese, who has felt impact of a bullet. But yeah, so far, slowish progress. Still not quite sure where they want to push from. It looks like it will be a Solarium take, but haven't quite got the necessary map control to start working that. You do need to kind of worry about Trophy, and especially with players downstairs, dining kitchen, you do need to take them out as well.
And again, slow, methodical. That's what is, the plan here for Overt. They want to get those key positions out, establish themselves, and look for that push. Look, that's just a smart play in this situation. But Grumpy Grapes, that last round, I think, is throwing a bit of a spinner in the works, and I think that they could ride a bit of that momentum from that last round to keep pushing and take some more rounds away from Overt. The biggest problem being, of course, Cheese is tagged up already.
Yeah, Overt were looking really, really strong in the opening rounds of that last half, but a couple of rounds here and there, and I think Overt may have been, kind of a little bit psyched out. Something's caught them off guard, and they're still trying to figure out how to recover from it. And Yoshi, again, that's the second time she'll be able to go for that flank. Do like the refrags there, which is an important part, but Beans will be the one who puts a man advantage once again for Overt.
Cheese off the board, but you trade it back for Qatari, so arguably you're definitely feeling a little bit better about that pick if you're the Grumpy Grapes right now. Qatari has been such a potent powerhouse on this Overt roster, in fact, in just Women's League in general for the longest time, so having her off the board, you have one less major issue to worry about. Yoshi again on this flank. She could find another one here in the round. 25 seconds remaining in play, and she's trying to push on through, but decides better of it for now. Wants to go and contest Fireplace stairs. Unfortunately for her, Bucky on the library stairs will rotate back down, spot her, and shuts her down. 2 players remaining for the Grumpy Grapes. 1 player now. It's on to Bernabé. Pre-fire's not going to be good enough. Psycho with the C7 shuts it down. And then it's the 5th round on the board for the Overt roster.
Yeah, in terms of Master Office takes, both these teams have found a lot more success going through that library side. This time, Overt started off on the Solarium Repels. They had a player on double window, but they eventually decided better of it and kind of went around the other way. And that was a really good read because they realized there wasn't much defending that library side. They managed to get the wall open, and although, of course, there was still that player in Piano behind the shield, Cass still there, they did have the man advantage for Overt, so they could go for those swings and expect to get a refrag. And ultimately, they didn't even need that. Managed to pick off Cass in the Piano, and then it was a 1v4, which is very, very difficult situation.
Oh. I want to look like Sledge when I grow up. All right. Okay. Look, to be fair, he's kind of a badass, so I wouldn't complain. Yeah. I would not at all complain. But even right now, 2 rounds separate. Either a tie or the victory here for the 2 respective teams. And Overt just seemed to have the stronger game plan.
Yeah, a little bit slow early on. They did, weren't quite sure where to enter. But once they managed to get that foothold into the map, they did steamroll and push that advantage fairly quickly, which is good to see. Maybe you can speed things up a little bit, but hey, at the end of the day, results are what counts, and being able to take that round, bring the momentum back towards you is the important part.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Oh dear. This has definitely been a bit of a roller coaster. But Overt They want to take out third. They want a podium finish. The return to glory somewhat here. The Grumpy Grapes, they're doing their best. They're not, I mean, young upstarts probably isn't the best way to describe it, but definitely the underdog in the situation. Kitchen dining in play. Vert hold set up. Grumpy Grapes, classic. The first to take some damage here. And honestly, the fact that they've kept it this close is an impressive one.
Yeah, definitely. They've made some great plays, some great flanks as well. Obviously, Yoshi going for those deep roams as well has definitely caught Overt off guard. And yeah, they've been doing pretty well considering Overt, of course, leading the last half 4-2. They've won a round apiece here. It will be Dining Kitchen, which starts to separate things once we go onto this tertiary site and we see which team can really, really win this map out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit of pressure mounting here. I think more for Overt than the Grumpy Grapes, and that drone just pinged out as Bernabé slams Beans out of the round. And I mean, look, you could not find a better descriptor or definition of siege timing if you went looking for it.
Yeah, siege timing is always the thing that gets me killed. That's what I want to say anyway. It's definitely not because I have bad aim or I make terrible decisions. It's always the game's fault. But hey, this might not be the game's fault. It might be the fact that, Serenity might get outgunned here. But so far, she's got the good utility positions. This might be a winning position that won't get pushed out.
Interesting. The frag grenade didn't get picked up by the magnet there, but it neither did it take down the shield. There we go, another magnet in, eating the frag grenade there, just dumping that utility in. The push, the hip fire headshot! 2 kills for Serenity as they push towards Piano. Overt presented with an opportunity. The same thing happened to Grumpy Grapes, the Psycho, with the shotgun tucked in on the door. They've now been caught out by it themselves. Kotari jumps in, revenges the fallen teammates that are scattered around her. Ravenna is in position in play outside on the study balcony, and they will get that pick up. But a 4 versus 2 here, Spud, with 25 seconds remaining. You talk about stacked odds.
Yeah, there's still so much presence upstairs, and Yoshi will be going for this read here. Will realize the players have entered from that bottom floor, and unfortunately the ping is there, and with 1 player upstairs and 1 player down on Fireplace and 2 upstairs, this might actually be a free plant here, as you realize the players aren't actually on site. But no, Cass will find that pick, and yeah, that's it. 2v1. Grumpy Grapes win another round.
Very, very close. They deny the plant, and unfortunately find themselves in a position where they almost have to contest. That one could have quickly spiraled out of control if they weren't playing their angles, but Cass holds it down, picks it up. It is a round and a round closer there for Grumpy Grapes, who now find themselves within 1 of equalizing.
Yeah, definitely a really, really good catch up there. And Serenity's play, of course, in the piano definitely was what saved the day there. Again, a bit of siege timing, once again. This time, again, working out in favor of Grumpy Grapes as opposed to Overt, so that's rather unfortunate. Hipfire and then followed up on the second. Unfortunately, couldn't get the refrag for Overt, and that meant with that extra man advantage, Grumpy Grapes were in a really, really good position.
Well, it's a round that now that separates 2 once again. And a lot of it started off in that drone game. The information there, unfortunately, coming in too late for Overt and allowing Grumpy Grapes to find that first kill. Come lobby, I'll interro you. Serenity playing the big brain game because there is no cabin play, so no interrogation can happen. But who Overt to know that?
10 seconds. Insertion.
Oh, Yoshi. Oh, okay. She got it at the end.
5 seconds.
Look, it's the results that matter, okay? The means sometimes, you don't always hit the first one, but it's about the follow-up, all right? You keep going. You stay positive, keep going, you keep holding down the trigger, and eventually you'll hit something.
Look, I'm not going to argue too hard on that one. You're not too wrong, but also you're not particularly right, having seen some of the players that I've seen in Rainbow Six Siege. Just because you have a big mag or can hold down mouse 1 does not guarantee that you will hit anything or anyone.
Yeah, I would know.
I'm all too familiar with that as well. But look, Spud, first 40 seconds gone. Once again, Overt looking to be pretty aggressive and decisive in their movements. I mean, honestly, this is so close.
Yeah, again, I think we're seeing a similar approach here. They're going for that dining kitchen area control and then pushing across that top floor. Again, this is one of those approaches that really needs quite a lot of speed. You need to be quick and efficient in how you do so, because after taking Master Office, you do need to actually start working the library shield. You need to be working the vertical as well. And with under 2 minutes left, they still haven't quite got that library wall open. Sorry, the Master Office wall open. A little bit worrying.
Indeed. But Overt, again, within the first half of the round, they're looking to clear out. They want to deal with the player in that top library set. I would have been a little bit concerned had the lifeline been there committed onto the window, because that's utility that should be used to clear out the ADSs and the magnets and all the rest of it. But as it stands, they are going to try and play for the frag grenade. Cass, deep, tagged up once again. Will stay with a decent portion of our health, though. Unfortunately, can't go toe-to-toe with Kotaro.
And some great timing and use of utility there. They burnt all the utility at the top of the stairs, sent the frag grenade in, and the shield was gone straight away. So good timing and coordination there. And by starting off, taking out Cass as well, even better start. 50 seconds, that's enough time now, but not if you don't take out the player behind the shield. Not like this.
Burner for 2. Grumpy Grapes once again fed an opportunity, and the most of it being made there. We've seen some stunning double-up kills from the Grumpy Grapes in these bleak situations. Kotaro rotating spots the head, but not before taking a significant portion of damage. Thanks to Burner Bear. 3 vs 3, Kotaro shut down by Yoshi, who just needs the pixel of information to capitalize, and she does capitalize in a big way. Looking for more beans, pushing on through. Red time committed. Ravenna finds one to bring it back 2 vs 2, but falls. Serenity holds it down, and with that, with no time remaining, Beans has to hunt for the frags, but not going to be able to do it. Serenity closes the round out. Not quite an interrogation, but close enough.
Look, you have to wonder what went so wrong there. They had they had the coordination, they had the utility placement, they had the positioning, they took out library stairs, which is usually your biggest headache, and then they just walk in front of Burner Bear behind a shield. Like, it's those small mistakes, those little things which can have such an avalanche effect, and this isn't the first time Overt have, made similar mistakes, and Grumpy Grapes have been more than happy to capitalize on it. And so, for Grumpy Grapes, that's definitely going to be a great feeling, but for Overt, it's a difficult position, and hopefully they start using their drones a little bit more to get that info before committing to those pushes, because you do not want to be giving Grumpy Grapes any more rounds like that.
Not at all. I mean, Overt are going to be probably spewed after what just happened. It was, again, a good start, but completely gutted in the approach. And Grumpy Grapes are equal. They were down 5-3 at one point. One more, and they move on to map points. So we are going to go full regulation here on this map, but there is a lot that is no longer in Overt's control, and I would imagine that probably scares them a little bit.
Yeah, the mental game here for Grumpy Grapes, they're fighting on a comeback. They have nothing to lose. They're already down, so it's just, hey, let's just go. It's all or nothing. But for Overt, being those rounds up and then dropping the rounds like that, that's definitely going to be a tough mental battle. And they need to find the strength to keep fighting, to do a bit of a reset, and hopefully at least get the next round in order to put the pressure back onto Grumpy Grapes.
They need to find the reverse Uno card, whatever it is, that allows them to get back in with a chance, because Overt, the reins are quickly slipping out of their hands. So it's just going to be very, very concerning, in all honesty. Psycho looking for an angle from that master bedroom double, but not going to be presented. Serenity, 12-7 as well, has clawed herself back into this game in a very significant way.
Going to play very aggressively now in this master bedroom. Might have been caught out by the sledge, but will get away with her life this time. Again, very heavy top floor hold. And last time we saw this, yeah, Overt tried to read into it. They went for that rush at the last second with the 2 players going down through the fireplace door. But Grumpy Grapes able to rotate back very, very quickly. Oh, never mind what I just said. It's another side.
I mean, look, so far, Serenity with that kill onto Cortaro is going to make things hard, but Baki has somehow just snuck her way on in. Is going to find the first on Serenity, cannot find the follow-up. Cass going to hit a clean headshot, but Yoshi does fall, so every single kill is being traded back rather quickly. Cass falls, Beans on the angle. Overt find themselves up with an advantage here, but it's about finishing it out. Burner Bear falls, Beans doubling down, leaves it to Cheese, who is tucked in behind the half wall. Ravenna is on the plant. Cheese, a very, very big task on her shoulders right now. Ravenna will stick that plant out, and now it's on Cheese to try and clutch up in the post. Time not working in her favour any longer. She's looking around, finding info, pre-fires galore, but unfortunately none of them going to connect the way that she needs them to. And, well, Beans will find the final, pushing Overt onto map point here.
Yeah, the positioning there was perfect right at the end. They had all the angles cut off, and if they'd played even a little bit passively and waited for that sound cue, it would have been an even freer pick there. So well done by Overt, especially for reading into the weaknesses in Grumpy Grape's defense. They just left that side open. They just walked into sight. I don't understand how they got there. But hey, Overt saw the opportunity, they took it, and now Grumpy Grapes, once again, down behind Overt and looking to fight to equalize.
Dining Kitchen, the last-ditch attempt here for Grumpy Grapes to take us to overtime, which, I mean, realistically, the odds are in their favour. They have played a better defence. We're a 4-2 defensive win rate trade at the moment, so 2-4-2 halves on the cards.
Attackers need to locate
So realistically,
as many bombs as they
you'd have to imagine that they do have what it takes.
Yeah, last time, of course, Grumpy Grapes were able to win this site, and that was where, as I mentioned, they had that heavy top floor hold that really slowed down Overt's attack, and by the time Overt went for the execute through the fireplace door, Overt were able to collapse back onto them and stop the plant going down. So I wonder if Overt will change their approach this time, go maybe for an earlier execute. I mean, the rush last round worked really, really well. Will they attempt it again, or will it slow and steady look for all the angles, all the picks before moving onto the side?
This article might be the play, might be the call,
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
but whether or not that slow approach is going to be met with much resistance is another question entirely. Grumpy Grapes, I mean, I think, again, they've just been able to play this one spectacularly. I think they are going to move us onto overtime here, Spud.
Yeah, Grumpy Grapes definitely making sure that mistakes from Overt are punished. So Overt are the ones who need to make sure they don't get a little too hasty, don't make any mistakes here, because Grumpy Grapes, 100% they can make use of all of that.
They're going to get an above. So at least they have taken some pretty significant control. So not above, and Library, but Burner taking down Baki again. Just getting away with daylight robbery with a couple of these picks so far. Genuinely impressive the way that she... Like, I mean, we saw it a couple of rounds back. On drone, the ping came through, but it was already too late. Beans was dead. Burner has just been spectacular in her aggression on the defense.
Yeah, of course, she also got that nice double pick on the mezzanine from behind the shield, and just begs the question, you know, where are these drones going? Which positions are they failing to check? And you don't want to be giving away any position left undroned, because as we've seen, it's just one player in one spot you didn't expect, and that can just ruin your entire attack.
Overt looking to get that wall open, but Serenity is tucked in on the other side. I don't think they quite realise that this wall is about to blow, and their Serenity, yeah, she's going to have that information, ducks in by the bookshelf by that study belt door. Rotations now available. Still kitchen dining, of course, so they need to get down on the first floor, but taking top floor control is the start of the standard push.
Yeah, still so many players upstairs. You've got still got 3 players upstairs who are looking to contest this, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Even if Avert managed to get this map control upstairs, they still need to work the downstairs as well, and that's going to take time, and time is something they do not really have much of at this point.
Serenity, oh, 2 big kills for her. The attack well and truly being shut down. Cortari top mezzanine. Ravenna just trying to hold on to life where she can. Not even remotely close to getting this diffuser down. They're still up on the 2nd floor, and so is Serenity. Serenity, 15 and 8. Yoshi taking out Ravenna, and Cass just holding the angle, backing herself, trusting that she was going to be able to take that. And you look at the angle, not a very big one. Finds the head, and Spud, we're going to OT.
Yeah, I called it here. You know, if Overt makes those mistakes, Grumpy Grapes will pounce on them. And unfortunately, 2 missed drones, one onto Burner Bear and also one onto Serenity in the office, meant that they just managed to pick, I think it was 3 people in total fell because of those missed drones. And those are just mistakes you do not want to be making, especially when you're about to win this map. You want to take that map. You don't want to give Grumpy Grapes a chance to catch up and drag out this map into overtime. And that's what they will do here. And as time rolls on, fatigue starts to set in as well. You just don't want that to be the case.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to be a factor in this matchup, of course. That's where things, can quickly become far too much. And you talk about the mental situation at that point where fatigue is starting to set in, and it's one of those things that can take a bad mental and make it worse.
Yeah, I've never been really great at that mental game. Like, I get tilted pretty easily, so that's why I talk about the game instead of playing it, because I can't get tilted watching and talking about it.
Well, tilt hopefully will not be a factor that decides this best of 3. Unfortunately for Overt, it seems that Serenity might be, having already brought herself back into this game and is now putting up some big numbers for the Grumpy Grapes. They will need to find some way to shut her down.
15 picks, but hey, Overt themselves aren't doing too badly either. Beans on 12, Qatari on 11 as well, and Psycho almost there in the double digits, 9 as well. So, hey, overall, both these teams are doing pretty well in the frag department. They're getting the picks, but unfortunately not at the right time, especially on those attacks, which is where we've seen teams start to fall down.
Yoshi, this could be a massive flank. If they are unaware that she is lurking down here in car, here's the rappel, or at least should have heard the rappel. Ravenna, that is diffuse outside as well. If Yoshi can find this pick on Ravenna, unfortunately it doesn't look like she is going to be going for, but if she had, they have no reliable way to get that diffuser back, because you can't just jump out of that window.
That would have been such a great pick, but of course we have the benefit of Cast Division. We can see all, we almost know all, more or less, but yeah, Yoshi will play it safe. She's going to still continue to roam downstairs, and maybe a C4 will be able to catch some players later on, but for now, Serenity will be the first to take some damage. Not quite out of the game yet, but definitely heavy damage.
10 players still alive here in the situation. Grumpy Cheese going to take a concussion. Knocks the shield aside, but doesn't really matter. Frag grenade tossed, and it might do a bit of damage. No, nothing. In fact, Yoshi with a nitro cell under Ravenna. I don't quite know where that was, but if it was anywhere near where I imagine it was, that could be rough. Serenity finally shut down, but Bernabet answers back in kind once again. Looking to get aggressive. Baki just finds the pixel needed to take Cass out of the equation. We're in a 3 versus 3 here, Spud, but it's still a minute to play.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Yeah, this has been relatively fast compared to some of these rounds we've been seeing, but Baki, yeah, definitely doing a lot of work here. Managed to take out Cass, will find a second as well, and that's finally the player behind the shield, Bernabet, getting a little bit too aggressive, and unfortunately loses that fight, and that means all the cards now are in Overt's hand. They just need to make sure they play it right and not drop the diffuser like that. A great shot from Yoshi.
Yoshi playing some Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift there, just swinging across the angle. finding the kill on top of it. As things look to go deeper and deeper here, 27 seconds now remaining. Defuse are going to be picked up, and Cortari finds that little angle on the Yoshi. It's now down to Grumpy Cheese and the 1 versus 2 as Clash. They have an idea of the position. The pre-fire is not going to be quite good enough, and unfortunately with Cortari covering the angle, I don't think it was ever going to be a situation where that plays out in Grumpy Grape's favor. She is just a machine at Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, she was hitting all the shots she needed, and yeah, off the back of that, and some great plays as well from Bucky, clearing out the top library stairs and the mezzanine player. Overt will go on to match point here, and 7-6, especially on the defense. We've seen this is more of a defender-sided game here. Overt, this is where their chance really lies. They do not want it to go 7-7. They need to take this 8-6. You know, you don't want to drag it out.
Not at all. The last thing you want to do is this one to go to a full 3-man, but Overt now find themselves on map point, leading by 1. We see Grumpy Grapes transitioning over to the defense, which is unfortunate because Grumpy Grapes transitioning to the attack. The attack has been their weaker of the two sides, which means Overt has a very real possibility to close this map out here on round 14.
One thing I have noted that between all these teams, they really like bringing Hibana over Ace or even Thermite. And while Hibana isn't, of course, isn't a terrible operator, I do think maybe a little bit more reliable hard breach sometimes could help in opening those walls a little bit faster. I mean, like, that previous round, we did see the Ace finally being brought in. It was a little bit more effective, but yeah, we'll have to see, because, yeah, this is the last chance for Grumpy Grapes to attack. If they make the Hibana work, hey, could be it, but yeah, there's no second chance here.
Well, this is going to be a big round either way. Either Overt take a map advantage, or we see Grumpy Grapes take us to the full 15. Well, I mean, Grumpy Grapes have proven a number of times in this matchup that they are well and truly capable of doing it. Unfortunately for them, Overt have one round buffer. They can afford to drop this one and still look to close it out in the next.
Bit of information coming through. We'll find that Legion, but there is actually one in blue. I think might have been another outline, but just gets away. Yep, Katari. It's Katari herself. Definitely want to be joining
smoke
her out.
Cortari.
Oh, here we go.
The aggro smoke play on the roam. It's not something that you traditionally see in Rainbow Six Siege, but it is somewhat of a Cortari special. When the mood does hit her, she likes to bring it out and looks to get very aggressive off the back of it. And right now, that aggression is going to be mitigated somewhat. Grumpy Grapes not going to present her with the opportunity to make the most of that 1.5 times scope. Yoshi looking to cover library box, but again, no one willing to take that aggressive angle. Grumpy Grapes are facing up against a very patient Overt right now.
Yeah, this is one of those times where you don't want to be taking unnecessary risks, jumping in or going for swings when you don't need to. And so far, there has been no need. This push has been pretty slow through this northern side of the map. They're only just now starting to work that office wall, and they still need to get rid of the shield. Back is still playing it, and all those magnets will have had time to charge up. So with a minute left, you really need to be doing things a little bit faster here, and I worry that might be the downfall for Grumpy Grapes.
Cass finds the first, though. That's Psycho removed from the equation. Unfortunately, with the Frotz mats and the shield down already, it's not a loss that Overt are going to suffer too greatly. Barky, top library stairs, or a centimetre or two further. That would have been the top of a head presented to it. And a missed opportunity means that no frag can be found. Bar Gaming still the site, of course. Cortari pulling back into the site itself, wants to be able to play defensively, knowing that she has the toxic canisters to deny a plant. Looking to play around the hatch. It is going to be popped in just a moment. She wants to be able to throw one, but we are approaching that ultimate moment in the round. Beans pops a wall. Yoshi going to take some damage. They now know that there is someone indicting, and Serenity is on the hunt for the frag. Beans going to take her out of the equation. Playing from Mud Room, a quick flurry of kills goes the way of Overt. It's down to Cass and Cheese. Cheese on the plant. Does Cass have the coverage? No. Barky walks in. The kill. No chance of picking up the diffuser. And it will be Overt taking out Chalet here, Spud. In a very, very hard-fought match.
That was really, really close at the end. It all came down to those last 20 seconds. A 5v4 actually in the favor of Grumpy Grapes, but unfortunately, they just didn't have, the time. Time was what came back to bite them, and a bit of hesitation, I think, at the start of that round about where to push, how to approach things. Really, I think that was kind of where it started to fall apart. By the time they got into the site, there just wasn't enough time to clear out, especially Beans, still in kitchen and dining, still looking to challenge those angles.
Yeah, I mean, despite the best efforts of the Grumpy Grapes, and they really did make Overt work for it in the end. An 8-6 victory overall. Now we head to Oregon, though, which, I mean, it's back to basics. It's back to your go-to strategic setup on a map. Do you reckon we go a third map, Spud, after seeing that? Do you reckon we go the full 3?
Look, I still think there's a real possibility. My bets are a little bit more on Overt here, given that Oregon is their map pick as well, and the way Oregon plays out, being a little bit more structured, it tends to favor Overt a bit more. But yeah, still, I'd say it's still a 60-40 chance we could go to the third map.
Well, there you go, 60-40. When we come back after the break, though, we'll dive into map 1, look to get on into map 2. So make sure you're back very, very soon. We'll see you then. Map 1 done and dusted with Overt, just closing it out in overtime, Spud. We now go into our second match after we get through the map breakdown, of course, going over to Oregon. But what a performance both teams put up there on Chalet.
Yeah, look, Overt started strong, 4-2 half going into the break, but then Grumpy Grapes fought their way back. They clawed all the way back to 5-5, and Overt once again took the lead again, but Grumpy Grapes never really giving up. Back to 6-6 it was until finally, at overtime, it was Overt. He managed to take the last 2 rounds away from Grumpy Grapes.
A big round indeed coming in to close it out. There were a couple, in fact, both overtime rounds were pretty massive. It looked like maybe Grumpy Grapes could have turned the tide, but Overt shut them down. Serenity, worth taking note of, 15 and 10, a 1.5 KD throughout the entire map. Pretty big stuff, and definitely keen to see what they can achieve. Now, though, we turn our attention to map number 2, that being Oregon. And we talked about, you know, win potentials and what needed to be done. Now we head to Oregon. Grumpy Grapes starting off on the defense. What do they need to do to take us to Clubhouse?
Well, again, Overt have shown that sometimes they do make some small mistakes. They do let slip, and Grumpy Grapes need to recognize those things and take advantage of them. They certainly did very well last time, making sure that they didn't let any opportunity go unused. But now, for Grumpy Grapes, they need to also make sure their attack is a little bit more solid. It sometimes is a little bit slow, a little bit hesitant. And I think a bit of confidence in terms of where they want to go and how they approach things would certainly go a long way.
Well, before we get on into the map, we obviously, we got that flyer, we got everything ready to go. What are your predictions, Spud? After that first map, are we going to Clubhouse? Yes or no? If money was down, if you had to bet one way or the other, are we going to Clubhouse, or is it ending here?
Look, I said before the break I'd put it at a 60-40 for Overt to win, and I still hold by that, given how the last games played out. Grumpy Grapes are still in with a chance here, so I'm not going to count them just at yet. 40% I still think is a fair value.
There we go. In on to that ban phase, of course. I mean, we saw 0 target banned out there in that last map, taken away from Kortari. Do we see it banned out again? Do you reckon it's worth it, Spud?
Yeah, given how well Kortari has been playing, I wouldn't be surprised that they do remove it. But hey, if we saw the stats, we talk about Katari a lot, but Bean's also doing really well, a 1.86 KD as well. So maybe it's time to target ban Beans this time.
Well, Flores, the target actually going the way of Serenity this time, which is pretty big. I mean, look, 15 and 10. She found a number of kills with I believe, I want to say Colombian. I want to say he's Colombian, but I could be wrong. But all we know is that she was pretty potent in that last map.
Yeah, Flores also really good for clearing out some of those shields on the bunker hold, especially when you're downstairs on Oregon. So, hey, no surprises there, and it does mean you don't have to play a mute. You don't have to worry about that as well. Kaid will be the other ban that Overt brings out. Again, common ban here, and Mira the final ban as well.
No real surprises. The only difference being instead of a 0 banned out, it was a Flores. And so both teams have sort of fallen into that cookie cutter stuff that you'd expect on a map like Oregon. And yeah, Serenity says, okay, fine, I'm not playing Flores, it's time to entry.
Well, I would like to see that. I mean, Serenity played very well as an aggressive defender. And so, as an entry might be a right place here instead of having to wait for her to, wait for the attackers to come to sight when she's at a man disadvantage. Putting her out there on the roam actually proved very effective.
Kortari picking up the buck, Beans picking up the lion. So we are getting your go-to standards on the attack right now. The dual hard breach and the Maverick and the Thermite. Unfortunately, we will have to wait until the second half to see what Serenity brings on the attack. Right now, she's playing the mute. Cheese picking up the Agi. Yoshi playing the aggressive FMG9 smoking. With the setup already, okay, no. So it is going to be an opening into elbow. I thought, given the mute gemma placement, that we were potentially going to see elbow reinforced up.
Yeah, usually you don't want to give up that space too early unless you have a mirror window or something else to back it up, or you just really, really don't want to play it. And given that you have all the tools, you've got the Jaeger, you've got more than enough shields. You've got 2 shields, in fact. Yeah, definitely want to be holding on to that. You can even back it up with an alibi as well. Just make it a little bit more difficult to peek that and contest that. So, yeah, definitely going to be seeing a strong elbow hold here is my expectation.
Attackers are moving to defuse the
Most
bomb.
definitely. Most definitely indeed. I mean, look, I would be remiss if I said that this is going to be an easy walk for either team right now. They're going to have to battle this one out harder than they've probably battled in a long time. Burner! What? How does she get away with 2?
Oh, all right. So, last game was a little bit slower in terms of the kills, but this time they started off 30 seconds. We've already got 4 players dead. That's, almost half the server. So, hey, if that's the pace they're going to be setting, then it's very different, because last game, of course, we saw things being dragged out fairly slowly, whereas this time, Avert already well into the meeting area. They've got that top floor control, and they can start working the hatches already.
My lord, what a way to kick off the map. That's big. Clotari as well with the secondary hard breach gadget. Getting to work. They lost Barky and Bean, so no Gemini replicator, no Iana, no Lion. So two of their, in fact, their 2 primary information gathering tools completely removed in the first moments of the round. And all you lose is a Jaeger and an Aruni, who already have their utility down.
Yeah, that was a great opening pick. Certainly a change in pace. For Grumpy Grapes as well, the aggression there was... Avert certainly did not expect that, and it was only because Qatari had some good positioning, was able to get the refrag there. Burner Bear actually, could have gotten away with it, and that would have been scary, very scary for Avert.
Yeah, and luckily Qatari being in dining already, having pushed in horizontally to the team. Ping's coming through, they know that there's someone close on that laundry door. Being Serenity, of course, the only player in the round with a shotgun, holding that M590 primed and really on the door should anyone push through. It looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split. Ravenna having to push through that laundry stairs. Qatari and Psycho looking to pick up the push from Freezer. Frag grenade in. Qatari elevated looking for an angle, but it's not going to be presented to her. Pulling off from that Freezer door, though. That could give them the angle they need to the side itself. Serenity tucks in behind the chassis, and yeah, Qatari's going to find it. Unfortunately, they give up key positioning. Psycho removes a trade, though. Cass swings out! My lord! Cass might do this. It's a 1 versus 1 here, Spud. With 23 seconds remaining. And we thought map 1 was great. Map 2 has kicked off in a very, very big way. This is only the first round. We're down to the 1 versus 1. Red time already. Ravenna has to go for the plant. Cass pushing up behind the shield. Stepping up, and Cass wins at Grumpy Grapes. Take the round lead.
Well, that was so very, very close to both teams. Both of them actually managed to get a lot of those refrags, picks back and forth, and of course all the way down to a 1v1. That's the ultimate battle there. But yeah, ultimately the time just slipped away there for Overt. They made a good start at the first minute. The second minute was kind of a bit slower there, and I think that's kind of where they could have maybe picked things up, gotten another pick, or start progressing onto site a bit faster. But hey, overall it was pretty good, and trading it all the way down to a 1v1, definitely, for both teams, something to be proud of here.
Oh, definitely. Definitely a lot of pride coming off of that round. And Qatari, you just talk about her influence in that round was huge. Single-handedly ripped apart the opener, found 2, pushed on, found a 3rd. We now hit the dorms. The secondary or primary, depending on which. Okay. Interesting. Cass with the impact onto the kids' dorms window.
I don't know. Sometimes, I'll do that with Wamai because I forget. He has shields, right? And I think shield is my gadget. So I go to pull out the shield.
Wamai doesn't have shield anymore. You're thinking right back at the very start.
No, sorry, Goyo. I'm thinking Goyo, right?
Yes,
I've been yeah, I've done that so much, right? And I'm lucky because I run C4 and not impacts, because otherwise I would totally have killed myself so many times doing that.
Attackers are moving out.
I just do it anyway. I know that I'm playing Goyo, setting up, cool, shield out. Oh, that's a nitro. I will also admit that I've done it several times where I've accidentally popped the nitro as well. But we learn, we improvise, we adapt, and we overcome.
That's right. I don't know. I feel like those are really catchy words. Could even be, a song, perhaps. But I don't know. I'm no musician.
Well, maybe not a musician, but an artist for sure. We see Overt looking to get themselves in so they can start getting that aggression over towards Attic. And Psycho, the artist of choice for Overt on the Maverick. Hopefully, the Maverick trick is pretty clean because look, we try not to be too judgmental, but Maverick tricking, unfortunately, you are putting on a display. And if it is not clean, if it is not good, the judges will be very upset.
Yeah, this is the true artistry. This is where, we don't care about Van Gogh and Mona Lisas. We care about Maverick tricks. How well you can open up perfectly walkable and
very clean,
trickable.
very, very efficient. Unfortunately, she's dead. Oh no, her teammate Bean, sorry, is dead. But Spud, that is Lion off the board now 2 rounds in a row as the opening pick.
Yeah, I don't think any line scans went down, and that's going to give Grumpy Grapes a lot more free reign to roam, and we've seen how effective those deep roams are, especially from Yoshi. Yeah, could really come back to bite them.
Yoshi with a big flank spot. Sparky guns her down. Another 2 kick picks in the same 2 players off the board to start the round off for Overt.
You know what they say, entries are there to die, and it's a second entry in the support who's there to get the kill. But unfortunately, Qatari not around this time to pick up those refrags, so definitely not a good position for Overt to be in at the moment.
Not at all serenity, looking to get aggressive, shut down by Ravenna just outside the master bedroom. Look at Bernabet, she's looking for some aggression of her own. Playing in that main lobby, ooh, spotted the shadow. So I should know that there is going to be someone pushing through that door in just a moment. How aware is Ravenna that there is this threat down below? Bernabet wants it, she really does. She's hunting for it, the toe shot at. So Ravenna should know that there is presence downstairs, but Bernabet, oh, the nitro from Yoshi. Absolutely massive. Psycho pushing towards Pet is about to get onto the site with 20 seconds remaining. This is looking very, very bleak. Nitro, not even a Nitro, sorry, I was going to say Diffuser. Not in hand right now. No one has it. No control. The flank from behind Qatari does find one. Bernabet dropped as well with 7 seconds remaining. This is definitely contestable. Psycho tucks on in, looking to get behind the pool table. The foosball table, that's the one. There's too many tables. The plant going down. Can they deny? No, they can't. Psycho and Qatari claw that round back for themselves, kicking and screaming in the lineup for the DMR there. Qatari makes it work.
Well, Qatari wasn't quite able to win the last round, but she was this time. A little bit delayed, took some time for her to get those picks, but the picks came through right at the end, and all the important ones as well. Got the people who were going for that plant denial, and hey, that's a perfect outcome there. On the side of Grumpy Grapes, though, you have to be wondering, if you were them, how did that fall apart? You got 2 free picks early on. You had 5 players against 3 of Overt, and then a couple of, unnecessary swings here and there, a few missed shots, and then it all fell apart.
Unfortunately. I mean, look, again, the building blocks are there. You've got to feel good if you're a Grumpy Grapes fan. They are doing everything right. Unfortunately, it then sort of gets a bit hazy in the middle portion of the round. Things get a bit messy. They don't quite translate the way you'd like. But if they can keep that initial work and the initial damage rolling in their favour, Grumpy Grapes can send us to Clubhouse, easy as.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about how the aggression from Grumpy Grapes early on catches Overt off guard, and then, at the same time, they also play a little too aggressively sometimes, as we saw in that previous round. So it's kind of really a balance, knowing when and where to place your aggression. They can play aggressive early on, get those picks, but then once you've got the advantage, you don't need to be playing overly aggressive either. You want to be waiting for those favorable situations where you are more than likely to win out gunfights, or at least trade, and press that man advantage.
Indeed. Indeed. Right now, there's going to be that reattempt of Dorms. I honestly, I would almost say a good 70% of that round was clean, or but borderline flawless. for Grumpy Grapes. It was just that last 30% that really came apart for them. If not for that last 30%, it was theirs. It was going to be theirs guaranteed. So if they can go for the reattempt, clean up that final 30%, this round is as good as theirs.
Yeah, Oregon and Clubhouse, which were the map to follow, are really maps where you can't make any small mistakes. There's so many things you need to do right and in the correct order in order to succeed. So both of these teams, we've seen them, struggle sometimes with those small things, and hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them here because, again, both of these maps are very technical, very ordered, and you need to make sure you don't give anything for free to your opponents.
Big utility dump towards Pit, but no damage dealt. Unfortunately, the first damage in the round. That is now 3 rounds in a row here, but Grumpy Grapes have taken the opening kill. This time, though, it is Cortari to fall, who has been integral in just how close that first round was and the win in that last round.
Yeah, with players like that off the board now, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Overt to come back from that. Having said that, though, obviously they've got some other great players as long as they don't get picked off too early, and this time they have managed to stay alive for a lot longer, so that's definitely in their favor, and hopefully they can pull off an explosive execute, which could catch Grumpy Grapes off guard.
Nitro throw from Yoshi, unfortunately not going to find much of anything, but she is playing this roam game spectacularly. Spotted on the drone there. Thank you so much for that, Sky. But it's still that uncertainty. Now she heads down to the basement. A trade back. Cheese falls, but Cass watching Barky as she gets aggressive onto that trophy wall, and that is a mistake that will be costly as yet another kill goes the way of Grumpy Grapes. 2 more, in fact, thanks to Serenity. It's down to Beans. Shut down Cass for her second in the round as well. Grumpy Grapes, I mean, as soon as that first pick fell, Cortari off the board early, and all the pieces just fall into place for Grumpy Grapes. Cortari just really is that linchpin to the attacks that Overt are looking for.
So we saw Overt attempt that take going through the master bedroom, that closet wall, and then going through the attic and going for the pinch down into the plant site. The problem with going through attic is it's pretty much a death trap, right? You've got that long corridor. We saw the shields and the utility being stacked up, and then of course Cass in that position, tucked away in bunks, with the soft wall, could still attack. Bottom of pit in attic very, very easily, especially with the footholes opened up. So yeah, there's a reason why we see a lot of teams give up on attic entirely and actually start pushing through the big window instead, because it's just so difficult to get that attic control, and we've seen that numerous times on this attack so far.
Oh boy. I mean, every single round that Grumpy Grapes gets is going to cause Overt to sweat and stress that much more. And with them being up in the lead and then pushing it as hard as it has been so far with things kicking off, I mean, we could see Grumpy Grapes give Overt the same treatment they suffered on map 1.
Now it's interesting then because, of course, despite going down 4-2, Grumpy Grapes fought back to the bitter end all the way up to 6 rounds, 6 points. In the end, though, Overt still did win, so, I guess that's a bit of a consolation prize there for Overt. But hey, Grumpy Grapes, if they start off strong here, go 4-2, then if everything repeats itself, they look set to win this map.
They really do. Kitchen dining on the cards. Overt wanting to get some vert pressure so they can start opening these walls and establishing those long lines of sight. But this is going to be a hard task. It really is. Grumpy Grapes have been making them work so much harder here in Oregon. And with the amount that Overt will need to overcome to try and contest this, things could get really dicey.
So far, though, the map control is pretty good. They've gotten small tower. They've started working that wall, and now especially cutting off that shower corridor. They've got the key players in position here, especially cutting off the rotates further back to support. just a matter of getting some of those early picks, perhaps making sure that the site's clear before going for the execute.
Bomb located by
Jim and I are looking for that information. We'll get all the way through. I don't know if the legs were called out in shower, but that is so much free information now given to Overt.
Surely by now they know, and yeah, the shots have been going out. They do know, especially with no suppressor for Cass, so hopefully it won't be another, walk into sight situation. But hey, Ravenna already going for the plant, and with Cass out of position now.
Well, we have achieved the pacifist achievement. All 10 players alive. As the plant goes down, shots bring it out, but Barky on the side looking to hold down 3 quick kills go the way of Overt. And it's all starting to come apart. Grumpy Cheese pushes on, looking to get aggressive. Serenity looking for the kill, looking for anything. Nitro Cell tossed, but it's not going to find the mark, unfortunately. They need to get this defuse down. What can they find? Not much of anything. Cheese fouled. Player on the small tower stairs. Serenity no one. And Overt equalize in very stylish fashion.
Yeah, once that plant goes down, the dynamics change significantly. Now the attackers are defending, and the defenders have to go and push onto that diffuser. And of course, the way things are set up means your defense is set up to keep people out, not necessarily to, let you back in, or at least let you get to the diffuser. And so, you don't really have the advantage of having a setup to protect you while you're going for that diffuser. And the attackers now have all the angles, they've got all the positioning and the time to work with. So that's kind of what happened there, I feel. Once that diffuser went down, it all fell apart for Grumpy Grapes.
Back down to the basement. Grumpy Grapes going to head down, play that long vert game, play the deep roam up onto the second floor, I would imagine. It's what they've been doing so far.
Need to locate and defuse as many
send Yoshi off, mate. Actually, no. Yoshi on the smoke once again. So it is largely the same setup that we saw. So Burnabear and Cass are likely to be the 2 roamers in this setup. And last time Burnabear was here, of course, they had a magnificent push towards Shower Hallway. Double kill, yeah, right there. Absolutely murked Barky and Beans out of the equation. I think it is a large reason as to why they've stopped running the line now, knowing full well that it is not nearly as secure as they had hoped it would be.
Yeah, definitely need to be sending out those drones ahead. You need to be putting them in key positions beforehand to see if anyone's moving in. And you need to be having a live drone to follow so that you don't get surprised like that. You don't let someone just walk up to you and just get 2 free picks.
Well, no double kill yet, but Burnabear is on the hunt. If she can find, honestly, if she can find another double to kick this round off, even just an opening pick onto Overt is going to be huge. For the first time last round, obviously, Overt were able to pick up the first. Burnabear, unfortunately, going to be the first once again. There's Cortari out from main lobby with that long-range 3x scope, and the DMR she's been scary with that thing.
Good to see, though, from Overt. They have learnt from their mistakes. They're being a little more careful with the drones. They're getting ready with the guns up. And this time, the aggression will not work out for Grumpy Grapes. That's the first pick in favor of Overt once again. And that means Overt, they've got that... Oh, I was going to say they have a man advantage, but never mind that.
Well, despite losing whatever advantage they may have had, they've still got plenty of time, and they are making good work and getting control of that ground. Kotari as well are still alive in this round, 10-2. In fact, has more kills. In fact, double the kills of the teammates that she has remaining alive, which is pretty big. A bit more of a spread for the side of Grumpy Grapes right now, but once again, they do establish themselves. They take the time, they drone it out, they play the smart game, but Spud, there is a single drone left in play for Overt with 1:20 on the clock.
Yeah, that's going to really hurt them when they get into the execute. They just won't have the time and the utility to drone out and figure out where all these players are. And we've seen numerous times, it's the last second executes where things start to fall apart. Granted, Overt have been doing pretty well when it comes to last minute executes and just pushing onto site very explosively, but with a man down. That's not a good position.
I got to respect someone who, you know, gets absolutely dumped by the Empire Nut. He goes, good night, mate. Guattari, taking out of the equation. Shotgun on shotgun violence. Unfortunately, not going to go her way this time around. But I can stand. Overt are in a great position to start contesting this one. Psycho playing on pillar. You look at the numbers, you look at the players, you look at the outlines, and there is really a line drawn in the sand. Grumpy Grapes playing over towards Laundry, whereas Overt, they're all over this northern side of the base with exothermic. In play, looking at open elbow, frag grenade banked over the top of the shelving unit in storage. And right now, there are still no big significant steps being taken, 1 for 1, but a third added to the fray, but it goes the way of Grumpy Grapes. It's now Ravenna tucked in, and Serenity keeps it going, drifting sideways around the corner, effortlessly, just slamming Ravenna. Grumpy Grapes will again regain that round advantage. They are pushing their way to a victory here.
Yeah, they may have lost the first map, but they are not giving up yet. 3-3 is the best that Overt could hope for here. And Grumpy Grapes could go for that 4-2 half, as we mentioned before. The last team that went 4-2 on the map did actually end up winning. So, Grumpy Grapes positioning themselves well and definitely very, very well played compared to Chalet. On the other hand, Overt's attacks not looking as sharp, especially on Oregon, which is usually a more defender-sided map. Seem to be running out of time and drones at the end, and that was a theme that we saw continued here on that last round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Grumpy Grapes had the opportunity to pull out the 4-2 half here on the defense, which would be a pretty massive thing for them. Would even make it that much easier to close the map out in their own favor. Overt, I mean, again, it's just the amount of work being done by a single player. Whereas the amount of, you look at Grumpy Grapes, all 5 players have contributed. Cass, obviously the front runner, but not for a lack of trying. Overt, unfortunately, have gone for a model of play which is not really sustainable. And Serenity, look, Spud, we're not alone. Serenity did it too.
Exactly. If it happens to Serenity, surely then it's okay if we make the same mistakes too, right? Surely.
We are not alone in this world of, you know, despite and drudgery. We also find ourselves in line with the great Serenity in making those same mistakes. She is not immortal. She is like us human.
I mean, if anyone's immortal here, it would be Katari 10-3. 10-3, she's like, yeah, that's a 3.0 KD and just absolutely rolling through everyone.
Some leftovers.
All right. Oh man.
Honestly, I mean, this is Katari. This is why she is a mainstay of the women's league. Probably one of the most well-known female players in the region. I mean, probably the only other player I think that might be more notable would be Luna. But Katari, not only is she a demon fragger, but she does a pretty wicked Mozzie cosplay as well.
Oh hey, I'm gonna put it out there. Repel is pretty well known too.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, yeah. You're right. Mandy is another very well known name, but I feel bad now that I forgot about it for a second. But
it's okay, Mandy. I got you.
No, I suppose that's what happens when you don't get to work with her for almost 12 months.
Yeah, it's been a long 12 months though.
I know. I got to work with her for OCL, OCN Relos, but that was the first time in almost 12 months that we'd worked together because she's been so busy with Apex South and all the rest of it.
Got this drone work, Yoshi. Oh no, we'll take out Katari and Bernabé actually gets away with her life. I was surprised that Overt didn't swing that and go for the free pick.
Well, we've been in this position before, Spud. Katari goes down, Overt loses the round. So, unless we see some big plays from the rest of Overt, it looks like we might see that 4-2 half come about. Nitro deep on Attic. No. Just on the wrong side of the building supplies. And Psycho will remain alive for moments before Serenity swings and looks to get aggressive. And Beans just standing out in the open, offers herself up on a silver platter. Ravenna alone, again, same as last time. has the opening through, and it is that ace as well in play, like you were talking about. Will be able to walk through, walk in, does get Serenity, but the flank is there. Cheese cleaning up, trading immediately, and Spud. It is a 4-2 half for the Grumpy Grapes.
Yeah, look, this just doesn't seem quite the same as the overt we saw previously on Chalet. The plays just aren't coming through, and it seems aggression has kind of turned the other way around. Grumpy Grapes going very aggressive, especially those deep roams. Yoshi, of course, 2K, and she was never found at the end. So, yeah, definitely well done. And again, that attic push just doesn't seem to work out for overt.
Clip going on Twitter. Yeah, look. Probably. Dorms on the cards first for overt. Honestly, nothing crazy. We are not seeing anything unusual out of either teams in Qatari. Yeah, sure, send it. Send it. Bet. Let's go.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well spot. Here in round 7, first of the half. Overt now in the defense. They are going to be looking to try and equalize, of course, and if not push outright for the victory. But the momentum is well and truly there in the favor of Grumpy Grapes. What do you do? What does Overt need to do to hope to break that momentum?
Well, the first thing they're going to do is win this round. You need at least one round to kind of throw a spanner in the works there, and you can always open that up with at least one kill. Just small things, to kind of boost yourself, get that extra momentum going. I do like the extra information denial that's being brought here, both from you and the Mozzie. Hopefully that will slow down Grumpy Grapes enough, allow Overt to get some picks, and slow them down for the final execute, where, as we've seen, both these teams seem to struggle with getting onto the site.
I don't think that struggling to get on the site will be much of a problem for Grumpy Grapes. They've got the momentum riding with them, and they've been playing some absolute lights out fragging potential so far. I mean, you look at Cass 7-2, Serenity not far behind 7-4, whereas you look at the side of Cortari, she has 2 more kills than the rest of her team combined. Ravenna only hitting half the kills that Cortari is getting. So there is a lot more of a spread coming in the way of Grumpy Grapes.
Well, again, attic push seems to be the theme that both these teams like. Again, with the Maverick going through that, big tower, but this time with Beans and back here underneath, both players have C4. This could really, really be dangerous if they're not careful. They don't have anyone playing in attic itself or behind a shield, but those C4s come right up, and suddenly that's a kill.
Righto. Here's the barbed wire being punched out. Here's that shield and pit and the rotate back into kids. We'll pull back for the moment. Beans down in meeting is looking to try and catch whoever's there on the hatch, but Cass, she wins it before she goes down, so it's going the way of Grumpy Grapes, unfortunately. Another couple of kills come out. The Nitro Cell there from Barkey, reducing the numbers of Grumpy Grapes, but no! Cortari just at the angle the whole while Serenity was watching. Waits for the reload, waits for the timing. And we're down to the 2 versus 2.
There's some trades going out back and forth there, but Serenity swings that, and now it's 1v2. It's all up to Ravenna. In a bit of a dangerous position, and the plant is going down out of a line of sight. She has to push here, but the cover's there. Serenity takes her out.
Good.
And that round, look at that go.
Serenity is... she is just hitting some absolutely insane shots today. Like, genuinely... If it weren't for the fact that I know she's not cheating, I would be calling for Moss. She is getting away with the murder.
I think there was a 3K? 2-3?
Another 3K. Back-to-back 3Ks.
I mean, we talk about Qatari a lot, but Serenity definitely putting in the hard work as well. I mean, Cass, Bernabé, Yoshi, again, we've said it's very well spread out. They're not relying on one player to do all the work, and that's definitely something you want to see in a team. That it's not just a matter of pulling your weight. It's a matter of not relying on one person and not having a single point of failure.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, 5-2. So going one better. Grumpy Grapes find themselves 2 rounds away from sending us to Clubhouse, and you know, they can just feel it right now. They know that they are in prime position to take this map for themselves, and I don't see them easing up on easing up on the throttle at all.
Yeah, for Overt, it's a tough uphill battle. They need to find 3 rounds to equalize. Grumpy Grapes have done it
10 seconds remaining.
from a 4-2 position. So actually, I believe it was a 5-2 position in the end. So, if Grumpy Grapes can do it, certainly Overt can. But still, tough battle. And yeah, if they let slip another round, I'm not sure if they can actually get to that overtime.
Well, that is going to be the battle, of course, trying to make it to that point. And I mean, honestly, just keeping things alive. It's a honest. You're at this point yourself. Let's put it to you, Spud. You're Overt. You're down 2-5. How would the mental be?
Look, I haven't played that much competitive, so I'm not too sure how much authority I have on this, but definitely it's not going to be feeling good. That's for sure. You're down 2-5, The one thing that I guess would be a bit of consolation is you are on defense, and Oregon being a little bit more defender-sided, you get to have a little bit more structure. And yeah, at that point, it's just a matter of playing round by round. You kind of don't worry about what happened before. Just go focus on this round. And so far, it started out pretty well. You haven't lost any players, and you still have a lot of map control here.
Overt, you can see they're trying to lean into the unexpected, the least likely angles to be checked. Already though, not wasting any time. Barky does spot the elbow of Cass there, but Cass going to go for the reattempt. Does get shut down. Nice little dangle of the arm, but well, it's answered back immediately. Yoshi pushing up. I mean, you just look at the momentum. This is not what we would have seen from the Grumpy Grapes last map, but they've pulled it together. They are playing some top-tier Siege, and they know that they can close this out in their own favour.
So far, though, things aren't going exactly as planned for this round. Qatari upstairs managed still to challenge, so the full roam clear wasn't quite complete, and now pushing onto the site, there's still 4 players alive versus Burner Bear. With the diffuser off-site, yeah, it's difficult. Won't be this round that they go to match point, I think, unless Overt do something amazingly stupid, which I really, really doubt. But still, you've still got that round buffer, it's going to be 2 rounds to work with, so still, it's not all over yet.
Burner Bear, I mean, look, crouching away into the site, only has to find 4. Like, I think people are just making this out far harder than it needs to be. Unfortunately, Psycho, anticipating, watching the angle, rips the head off, closes it out, and they will bring it back to a 5-3. Defense looking to be the queen makers here on this map.
Yeah, both these teams just finding defense a little bit more easy to play. They kind of get that extra time to set up and put players in the correct positions. And so far, yeah, that's a trend we've seen over both Chalet and Oregon, funnily enough. Despite them being quite different maps, yeah, it does tend to favor the defense in this series.
Meeting hall, kitchen, the dichotomy of what we saw earlier, which was dining and kitchen. I mean, arguably, this is the favoured of the 2 sites for the majority of teams, just because of how small tower control could be so decisive in how that defense is played out. Right now, it is going to be Overt looking to try and take themselves a 4th here. That last round, a bit of a stumble.
Unfortunately, although Grumpy Grapes managed to open things up, they got the map control. They got most of 2nd floor, but of course, Qatari still left undroned. She ended up still being in, I believe, the bedroom and the armory area. And yeah, so hopefully Grumpy Grapes this time will be able to find that first pick. As we've seen quite often, it's the team who gets that first pick, which usually closes things out. And yeah, for Overt though, they've got a pretty solid lineup. They've got the Mute Jammers and the Bozzy Pass to deny the info. They've got both Bandit and Mute here to deny the walls, and of course the Castle back in play, cutting off some of these angles, especially that green double. It's a really solid lineup I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I'm really liking the game plan.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Whether or not it's going to work, we will have to obviously wait and find out. But for right now, the tools in play, the right steps being taken. Grumpy Grapes, though, they still have a 2-round buffer. So they have that possibility to secure map point.
Yeah, we've seen them do pretty well on attack, that first attacking round where they attacked that second floor. Yeah, very, very well played there. So certainly they've got the skill and the ability to do so. Just a matter of whether they can do that consistently. And yeah, 2 rounds, although it is a buffer, it's not a huge buffer. It's certainly no, 3-round buffer. So yeah, they still need to be playing careful, whereas Overt definitely are a little bit on the back foot.
Could be worse. Could be a single round buffer, but either way, the onus is on them to make the most of it. Beans just tucked in, waiting for that push to come from Trophy. Not going to happen just yet. It was a bit of a bait play by Burner. Barky there as well, anticipating aggression through Attic, and the concussion will all but confirm it. Walk in open. Beans, too many angles to cover. And Serenity will push on, find a kill as Cass falls. They're clearing out Dorms. Ravenna as well. Barky looking for the trade back, but it's all orange. It's all Grumpy Grapes. And they sweep the round and secure map point. My lord. That was lethal.
That was, I think, one of the fastest executes and fastest rounds I've seen so far. That was speed, and Overt had no idea what hit them. Grumpy Grapes just sliced through that defense like hot butter, and Overt were left reeling. Suddenly it was just one player alive, and even I was caught off guard. I was just all orange. I was like, wait, hold up. There's only one player left. What happened there? But hey, Grumpy Grapes now, to them, that means they go onto this match point by an even bigger margin than Overt did to them on Chalet. And of course, this is Overt's map pick. This is definitely going to be really, really good for the mental.
I don't even know if a knife through butter is the right expression. It's almost like
Attackers need to
a superheated metal meeting water and instant vaporization as the result, because it was that quick. Like, it was instantaneous. Within the space of about 4 seconds, the remaining 4 players of Overt were dead. Like, that was just... You talk about a flurry of kills. That was a flurry of kills.
Yeah, now with that, Overt, of course, now 3-6. They've got 3 rounds, and they can't afford to drop any more. Otherwise, this will be going to a map 3. And, I spoke earlier about how it seemed maybe the structured nature of this map would favor Overt more, but apparently it's the other way around. Grumpy Grapes are really taking it in their stride, and even on attack, they've managed to make really good work of it.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh boy. This is definitely a big match, to say the least. And it seems we are going to be going for the reattempt here. But Grumpy Grapes, one round away here, Spud, from Clubhouse.
It'll have to be 2 maps in a row if Grumpy Grapes want to take this away. Whereas for Overt, they're going to be wanting to claw back that momentum, start off Clubhouse strong, and then, keep holding on to that pace and energy all the way through. But of course, that is if we go to Clubhouse. Overt could very well take the next 3 rounds, bring it to overtime, and then, win this all together. But, it's not looking good at this point.
Well, it's never over until it's over. And with Barky finding the first kill onto Burner Bear, that's a good start. Some more of that utility is now that much more secure. You can't clear it out with the breaching rounds. They've got a harder task ahead of them if they want a chance at closing it out. But we saw it that last round. Just because you find a frag does not mean it guarantees the win. And in fact, with the momentum and pivot potential for each round of Siege here in the Women's League, it's still impossible to call which way it could go.
C4 in hand goes out. They do fall back, though. They are aware of her position now. But with the player underneath providing support as well, could be pretty difficult to push through this attic area.
Spray through on a cast, Psycho from below. Another key part of the puzzle off the board, but Serenity. Serenity, what a name for a player who causes so much death and destruction. Serene, maybe she is, but her opponent's not necessarily cheese falls. Barky putting in work with the Commando 9 right now, looking for more tucked in back dorms. No longer safe with the changes that were made to the bunk beds. You can now shoot underneath them, so she's going to have to play that position very, very carefully. Yoshi spotted as well. Serenity on the hunt, wanting to push in, clear her out, and there we go. Serenity onto Barky, about to stack up the numbers she brought in that last map as well here, Spud.
That was very, very close for Beans. She almost got away. Sorry, for Barky. She almost got away with that, and that would have been a great play there, delaying so much time and getting away with it. But no, it will be a fallen player now, and that leaves 3 players against 3. But with 20 seconds, this execute could go very wrong for Grumpy Grapes.
Kutari's been spotted. We saw Psycho upstairs looking to control the vert. Ravenna from long range is going to be able to find the kill on Yoshi with the plants going down. Serenity on the job. Do they have cover? Do they have someone watching it? Serenity does get it down. It's Cass and Serenity to hold on. They need 3 kills or at least to delay the clock. Kutari falls. Serenity for a 3rd in the round. Grumpy Grapes need 2 more, and we go to Clubhouse. Serenity putting the team on her shoulders when they needed her the most. And in the 2 versus 2, Psycho takes a couple of shots. Ravenna has a lot of pressure on her shoulders to be able to clutch this up, but it doesn't look good. The plant is down. The long angle is being contested. Psycho takes more damage. They're going to have to cover. Serenity flanking in from the side. Goes for the shots. Cannot make it happen. Ravenna's going to stick it up, but no! Grumpy Grapes pulled the round back from the brink. They take us to Clubhouse, Spud. And we are going to the decider.
Well, after that first map, one could have worried that Grumpy Grapes weren't going to take this away. You know, after losing such a close game, how would they fare? How would they go? But apparently there was no need to worry. They absolutely screamed through Oregon, and look at that, 7-3. This wasn't even close. Overt, on the other hand, just wasn't the same. And yeah, Grumpy Grapes definitely looking in really, really good position here.
My lord, what a massive closer. Chalet, we go to overtime. 8-6 victory for Overt. Grumpy Grape says, no. We need to catch up. We need to get going. We've got stuff to be doing. 7-3 victory on Oregon. They clean it up quickly. And, I mean, going into Clubhouse, having seen both teams play and take their opponent's map pick, Spud, do Overt have a reason to be nervous?
Well, definitely, for sure. I think Overt will be nervous. I mean, going from that 8-6 victory on your opponent's map pick to then getting 7-3 on your own, it's not a great feeling. I mean, the one thing they do have on their side is this is a complete reset. You don't have to worry about any of the other maps. This is a neutral ground, per se. It's essentially the same as playing at 0-0. No one's won anything. You just need to win this one map. And Clubhouse, of course, everyone knows how to play it, and that's where you can really show off your best skills and your best strategies.
Well, when we come back after the break, we'll dive on into the map breakdown of map 2, then head to our decider Clubhouse going into Germany. We've done the full trip here, Spud. Thank you to XP for paying the airfares. We're still alive. We still go to Germany. We'll figure out how it ends after the break. Be back soon.
Don't you make a sound over and over. I wonder what it's like to be up there so high, flying so free. Tell me this isn't forever, giving all of my youth away, drowning under all this pressure. I don't really wanna waste my days alive with no control. I just need someone to hold. Live alive with no control, no control. Living a life that's so mundane. Maybe I might just go insane. Running in circles, it's all the same, all the same, all this pain. Tell me this isn't forever, giving all of my youth away, drowning under all this pressure. I don't really wanna waste my days. I just need someone to hold. Live alive with no control, no control. Alive with no control. Live alive with no control.
Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm 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 ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'.
Give me the mic, I'm back, bitch.
Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', ballin', ballin'. Bring that beat back. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'.
You don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. See your face in the crowd, but you don't see.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 maps down, 1 in overtime, 1 in regulation. We find ourselves tied up once again, Spud. Slate wipe clean, like you said before the break, going into our decider. But before we head there, let us see how last map played out. And look, we've had a cheeky look. Big numbers. I mean, Serenity, map 1 was 15 and 10. Now, after that last map, 16 and 5 with a 3.2 KD.
Just look at that kill differential. 11 kills up. That is insane. And I think the scores show it. 7-3 did pretty well there. Guitari, of course, no slash herself. 12 and 7, a 1.71 KD. And Ravenna also doing pretty well. But overall, it was all about Grumpy Grapes. And Grumpy Grapes just playing so well. 7 and 3. Very well-deserved scoreline for Oregon.
Both teams end up trading their opponents' map picks. We now go to Clubhouse, which in the grand scheme of things, a little bit more linear with the sides of Oregon, a little bit more structured, a little bit less frag intensive. Going into this map, the advantage goes the way of Grumpy Grapes. They had the better round differential, so they get to pick that advantageous side and everything going into the Spud. We're going to Clubhouse in just a moment. The R's are in chat. You said it was a 60-40 split after that first map. Where do the odds lie after map 2?
Look, it kind of shifts back into the middle and maybe even a little bit over to the side of Grumpy Grapes. What can I say? I just jump on whatever bandwagon. But yeah, 60-40, except this time I'm going to put my money on Grumpy Grapes. I think they've shown us in that last map especially, they still can put up a really good fight. And in the structured maps, it tends to favor them a little bit more. So Grumpy Grapes, 60-40 is where I'd put it.
60-40 going the way of Grumpy Grapes. Not a bad call, honestly. After that last map, you gotta feel that the momentum is definitely on the side. 3 rounds, all they dropped, and then only one of those being on the attack. Surprisingly enough, which is kind of bizarre in the grand scheme of Siege. We are just waiting on the last hours before we get that map flyover going, and we jump on into Clubhouse, and there we go. heading back to Europe, now to Germany. We'll see if we can ride it out and survive alongside the 10 girls battling it out in the server right now. So far, we have seen 2 outliers in terms of the bans. Otherwise, it's been Thatcher, Cade, Mira. We've seen Zero, we've seen Flores. Do we see something added to that now, Spud?
Look, honestly, I reckon most of those bans are going to stick around. The Thatcher, Cade, Mira bans are pretty common on Clubhouse. The only one there that I would question is maybe the Mirror. That's the only one I could see potentially changing. And of course, we still have that 4th ban that could go anywhere, really. But Flores, again, I think wouldn't be out of the question.
Thatcher. So we are 3 for 3 on the SAS operator in the ban phase so far here in the bronze medal match. Where do we go from here? Grumpy Grapes have the option. Do they target out Cortari? Do we see anything? Do we see Hibana maybe come through? Or is it going to be that Zero once again? It is. It's Zero. Targeted out. And you can 100% understand why on a map like Clubhouse.
Yeah, so many roam options you have, especially when you're playing that defense. You can play that SSG style roam and Zero with the extra cams can help lock down those roams. It's a little bit like a Nomad. You do have to be a little bit more active in keeping tabs on those cameras, but very, very useful for looking for those roamers. And yeah, so far, Grumpy Grapes have been doing most of that. They've got Yoshi, especially on that deep roam. And so moving the Zero, especially out of Qatari's hands, definitely going to be benefiting Grumpy Grapes the most.
Cade and Valkyrie. So Mira let through only 2. Well, three. Still technically 3 out of the historic bans that we've had so far, and yeah, unfortunately targeting away. My question though, Spud, to you, to the viewers at home, to everyone, where do we see Serenity land so far? 15 and 10, 16 and 4. No, sorry, 16 and 6. Sorry. And we're back in. We're good to go. No errors there. Do we see? She's gone 15, 16. Do we see 17 now in map 3?
17 is definitely on the cards. I just want to see how many times she ends up dying. I think it'll be like less than 5, possibly. And that would be a scary prospect for Avert to be running into. Serenity has, we've been talking about Qatari a lot, but Serenity has been there all the time and definitely putting in the hard work for her team. For Overt, going up against her, well, you're going to be sweating a little bit. Just a little bit, hey.
Well, look, I mean, yeah, I think that is probably the best way to describe it right now. Clubhouse, Overt starting on the defense. Grumpy Grapes could look to ride it over the finish line going into the second half. We've seen a lot of teams, especially in ANZ, starting attack, closing it out strong on the defense. If Grumpy Grapes can even go 3-3 in the first half here, we can see them pick up that bronze medal and the $500.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, for Avert, they're going to be trying to hold back the tide that has been Grumpy Grapes so far. Especially Serenity, they need to take out some of these early players. But hey, Yoshi, Cass as well, have been doing the hard work as well. Definitely got a lot of picks to their name as well. So it's not just one player you have to worry about. It's an entire team. And so far, Grumpy Grapes have been playing so well as a team.
Qatari, again, she's dropped all pretenses. WK9 smoke in play. She's looking to get aggressive in the main lobby double, but nothing found just yet. We'll rotate over towards Lounge. Maybe even look to make a play through the garage right now. Yoshi is down below, and we'll be starting to burn it away. Spotted the foot of Yoshi there. Cannot connect the shot, though, unfortunately. And these minor opportunities that present themselves, unfortunately, are too small to capitalize on.
Yeah, that's also well played from Grumpy Grapes, making sure not to give too much away. Now starting to work on the main wall. This is the wall you usually need to always, in fact, have to have open. It will be a Maverick to do that with Cass as Sophia covering as well, which is very important as well. You don't want to be caught out by a prone player and lose that Maverick, especially with the wall still closed.
Quick, efficient. Again, artistry on point.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the brushstrokes, the lines, the angles. It all comes together, and then the lifeline impact to blow it all apart. Just really, it just rounds it out. A very clean, very quick Maverick trip.
The question now is whether they can capitalize on the territory, the walls they've opened up. We've seen it a couple of times. Teams have struggled a little bit once they get the first foothold. But if they can flush out this garage player especially, that's, well, you've got the walls open, you've got garage control, then yeah, you can really start going for that execute.
I mean, the most interesting thing, and the most, I wouldn't say, no, not necessarily unique, but it's a trade. Serenity and Cortari, the two lead fraggers in the server, trading each other out there. But the biggest thing, the cute trade, yeah, we respect it. But the biggest thing about this site, CCTV and cache, needs to be approached from multiple angles. If you try and brute force in on, and unfortunately for Bernabet, I thought we shifted away, and Psycho had died. Sky pulling the quick mastery, the fingers, the magic, the sleight of hand. I just got bamboozled.
Well, the position now, though, is certainly really good. They've got garage control. They've got that cross on the breach. Now they just need to open up an entry point and they can go for the plant. Of course, there's still two C4s, in fact, in play here. Baki can splank down into that lounge area. And Beans, I'm not sure where she is at the moment. Plant does go out now. Maverick goes for the swing. That's a bit unfortunate. Definitely not quite sure why he did that. But nevertheless, Plant does go down. And now, post-plant scenario is where the attackers will shine.
Oh, Cheese just managing to skirt her way along rafters. The Nitro wasn't there at a 9. The repelled Cass with the LMGE with direct line of sight onto the bomb. And the diffuser therein is pretty significant. Cheese as well. They've got a pretty effective crossfire. The swing! Ravenna just eats it from the Type 89. And it is now down onto Beans. A well-placed Nitro could upset, and a headshot on a Cass could do that also. Nitro cell rip thrown towards the door. Bean's going to rotate around. Time. It's all down to time. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. No more time. And despite the death, Cheese has stalled it out, and Overt will drop round 1. Remaining player does not matter. You need at least 7 seconds to defuse. Missed opportunity there because Grumpy Grapes were able to play that perfectly.
Very, very well executed. They had all the walls open, and this time they were able to capitalize on that opportunity. So a little bit worried there with the garage player. It can be quite difficult to push them out, and especially when you lack the initiative, it can really come back to bite you. But thankfully, Grumpy Grapes were able to take those picks. They got the garage control, and from there, it was, all in Grumpy Grapes' favor. A little bit sometimes questionable. The Maverick, not sure why they swung out when they could have held the cross without exposing to that door.
Kills.
Same with
easy answer.
Same with the Sophia. Could have kept her head down and wait for the diffuse sound. But hey, you got the picks, you got the round win. What more do you want?
I mean, to be fair, with the current state of Siege with the sound propagation, it can be a little bit janky. So I can understand why you'd want to keep eyes on the diffuser, because sometimes the sound doesn't quite reach you out on that platform. So look, it's a win nonetheless. Cheese, who unfortunately just hasn't been finding the frags throughout the 3 maps played so far, single-handedly clutched that round out by playing the clock, biding the time, distracting Beans long enough so that we could, the diffuse timer had ticked away. And right now, Psycho was setting up some, head height angles on that wall, almost took out Ravenna. You'll love to see it. Honestly, the number of times I have been shot or shot someone setting up those angles, I can understand why it happens.
Attacker's objective is to
It's
locate
not a
bomb.
game of Siege until you've team killed someone. At least that's what I try to tell myself every time I do it.
That's Fury's strat book. Let's try not steal it, please.
Yeah. Well, they've been doing pretty well, so maybe that's a secret ingredient. You got to offer a ritual sacrifice of one of your teammates to win.
I tried that on the weekend. Apparently that wasn't worshipping Tachanka, despite killing Guz, who was the weakest link on our team.
Right.
Whatevs! Dev is not he's not a benevolent god. He is he sets standards high, and unfortunately we failed to meet them. Kortari, though, meeting standards, ripping heads off, and unfortunately not quite a headshot, but enough of a shot that Yoshi goes down. This Maverick trick, unfortunately, completely nullified, although it does seem like Cass got the information she wanted in regards to whether or not there was some sort of breach tonight.
That's definitely still not a pick you want to be losing so early on. You need that Maverick trick, and they did it so efficiently last time, but no, Katari will be the one who just single-handedly prevents that. 2 picks already. Man advantage so far in the hands of Overt.
Kotari, she is going to be key. Last round, her and Serenity trade. And the rest of Grumpy Grapes able to overcome this round. She drops 2, Bernabet and Yoshi off the board. You 2 frag grenade carriers as well, so there's no real threat coming from below the site. They will get that breach open, of course. That's what happens when you got Cass below with the lifeline to clear out whatever breach null would have been in play. But now, Serenity is going to have to step up, fill the void of 2 players with the rest of her team, and head spotted. Oh my, look how crisp she is. Right at head level as the peak came back.
Almost didn't end well for that play there, but Qatari almost able to find her a third and gets away. That will be the third, and Serenity as well. Oh, looking for an ace here.
Looking for the ace indeed. She's not got a lot of health, so it's probably a tough task. But Baki there to support her. We'll find a kill onto Cheese. Cass looking to get aggressive. Again, a flawless round here for Overt. They play their numbers game to perfection. And as much as that was a very solid setup last round from Grumpy Grapes in the way that they approached the site, second time around, Overt's the same when it came to defending it.
Yeah, once that man advantage went in the favor of Overt, things started falling apart. And it took a significant amount of time to get that wall open compared to, the first round where they had both the garage walls and that breach wall open at 2 minutes, whereas here, minute and a half, they only had that breach wall open, meant they couldn't pressure garage, and of course, Qatari took full advantage of that, picked up a third, and then almost a fourth as well. So, yeah, that's how it goes. They will take 1-1 on that top floor site, and it means they go to another site, and we could potentially be seeing a 3-3 half here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Definitely possible, but in saying that, we now head into the gym bedroom. This one can get a bit janky, this one can be a bit rough, but what we do see, Psycho picking up the Ella, skill cannon in play as well on top of it. I'm curious to see how Grumpy Grapes approach gym bedroom, because this one, it's a very easy site to take, but it's also a very easy site to retake.
That cash hold is very, very common. You usually see players over there holding that cross across through that con single wall, all the way through those 2 windows. And of course, you've still got players underneath who can throw out those C4s. And Qatari can also go just straight up back through the hatch. So definitely a lot of flanking potential here.
Qatari, are you surprised? In the Western Hallway is looking for a bit of a spawn pick. She's been doing this throughout the entire best of 3, and in fact, the entire season of Women's League Season 6. Right now, she's not going to find much of anything. And with Cass looking to get up onto the roof, they're looking to make quick time, and in fact will almost entirely circumvent her position because they want to start that execute over towards the site. No Thermite in play, it's still that single Habana plus the Maverick. So they have the tools they need to if they want to open up this angle, get Jacuzzi open, get a couple of options going. But it's that offsite presence that is going to be the big upset factor should Qatari be allowed to roam the way she does.
Qatari will be able to support as well. Baki already on those red stairs. So 3 players over on this side of the map could really slow down Grumpy Grapes' attack. And we've seen how that can really come back to haunt them. When they execute, they don't have time for that. That's when things start to go wrong.
Well, Maverick trick successful. They just need something to open up. And there we go. Cass in the lifeline. We'll make that happen. Beans down below looking for an angle. Potentially a play off of the Nitro Cell. If you can find some positioning once that plant does start. Bernabet opening the window into gym as well. The next big concern, of course, has to be that highway control. If someone gets to that CCTV window while they're setting up for that execute, they could definitely shut down the attack.
Yeah, Psycho might not have the range though. She does have the shotgun, but with a nicely placed pistol shot, could definitely end the life of the sledge out there. But so far though, both the attackers here seem to be remaining fairly outside the map, not too sure where to gain that foothold. And as that time burns down, that continues to work in favor of the defense.
Look at everything Grumpy Grapes are doing. They are circumventing cash. They are looking to get in. Yoshi has snuck in through the Jacuzzi wall. Ravenna does spot an angle, but it's Bernabet the first to fall to Qatari. Big damage traded back both ways. Meanwhile, over by the Jacuzzi wall, Ravenna gets aggressive, but is shut down immediately as Yoshi pushes up. Now, Overt know that there is pressure coming through that jacuzzi wall and they need to get themselves back into a position to contest on the site. Beans Barkey having to rotate through. Cortari already up in construction, having jumped up through the hatch, if I remember correctly. Cortari shut down by Cass as they are watching that bathroom angle. Psycho as well shut down. Grumpy Grapes off that initial frag are looking to punch through and take these gunfights themselves. Beans with a nitro, Barking again with the knife. So I'm wondering if it's maybe stuck on the side of her mouth. She's going to be sprayed at. Beans pushing up through the red hallway. The plant's still not going down. This plant could be huge. Cheese, though, will find Barky. Now Beans in the 1 versus 2. The plant going down. She would have seen the angle. She's going to push on up. 7, 6, 5. And, well, Serenity pulls off the plant, says, no. We're not having any of that. And we'll shut down the kill. A second on the board for Grumpy Grapes. A messy kill, a messy round, but a win nonetheless.
I want to say that Grumpy Grapes' entry there was very, very well done. They read Overt perfectly. They saw the number of players that were off-site, and they just circumvented it completely. They opened the wall and just went straight in. And that was very, very good adaptation. And as much as I've worried so far for Grumpy Grapes, their attack being fairly slow, in the time that they had, they made it work very, very well. They pushed straight onto site, and they left Overt scrambling to find a way back.
I think number one in the rest of the rounds played for Overt is unbind the melee button from wherever it is for Barky, because that is twice now where she's gone to engage in a gunfight, only for her to pull out the knife instead. And that is not at all what you want. But here we are, round 4, having finished the first half of the first half. And Psycho, they're going to go back to Gym Bedroom, bringing out the mirror now as well. But we've already seen Grumpy Grapes have this bucket in their lineup, so if they go below and contest this window, mirror could be shut down quite quickly.
Yeah, they're also pretty good at just circumventing entirely. That Logi hatch could be the downfall. A grenade, of which they have 4 of them, could definitely end that mirror's life. So, yeah, I want to see how Grumpy Grapes adapt to this and whether Overt they can make this mirror work, because it is a very, very powerful tool here, and bringing it out is definitely a really good way to get those rounds back on the board.
Cheese, unfortunately, from the looks of things, her drone has been hijacked by Beans. So Cheese a little bit upset there at losing out on some of that utility. Just wanted to be friends, did not want her drone to die like that. Cortari looking to get a bit aggressive. I can't say for sure if that was from face-checking walls, but I would imagine she was trying to go for a spawn peek and it'd be tagged a little bit there in that moment in the opener of the round. Right now, we are seeing largely the same setup, minus, of course, the Ella coming out from Overt.
Oh no, she's going to go for that aggressive peek. She's going to run out or something. I wouldn't put it past her.
Unfortunately, the only way that a Oryx runs out of that angle is if he clotheslines himself through it, which I would pay to see. That would be entertaining as hell, but unfortunately game mechanics don't work that way.
And the dolphin dive right through, back when drop shotting was a thing, right?
Yeah, I'd rate that. Just full send out the window, just like diving action movie, gun in each hand.
Yeah, this is the Olympics, the diving, presented by XPWL.
That'd be the new operator, of course. You could just dive through a doorway, 2 Glocks in hand, going hard.
Yoshi looking for a pick here, but there is actually one on the door, and if she's not careful, could lose her life. So far, though, managed to get away and take out the cam as well, so that intel will be denied as well.
I'm reloading.
Information has to be key if they want to pull up and execute similar, and unfortunately, they don't have any information on Cortari or Ravenna, who both picked themselves up kills with Cheese going down in that mirror window. I mean, as risky as a play as it would have been, they still had the opportunity to push on up and punch it out and get themselves out of dodge without risking too much. Frag grenade just dumped inside the gym window, pushes Ravenna off that angle, goes for a bit of a spray of her own. But so far, round 4 has been an Overt round to start off.
And I think Overt have kind of figured out how Grumpy Grapes is approaching this. They've definitely got all the right tools to counter this. Of course, this is always after Grumpy Grapes win that first round. So if that pattern continues, it'll be a 3-3. And the other thing about that pattern is it's almost a flawless here. Could have been a second flawless as well, but Serenity is just on a roll. That's 2 kills. Can she make this the ace clutch?
She probably could. If anyone was to do it, it would be her, but she's got so many angles she needs to cover, only about 30 seconds to play. That's a third. Unfortunately, it cost him a significant portion of her health. You see Ravenna tucked in just outside of the bathroom. The players split, so Serenity could make this work. The ping's coming through. That's 4. One more, and it's the ace clutch for Serenity.
10 seconds
Last player
left.
was Con. Not enough time to work with, so 7 seconds remaining.
5 seconds
It has to
remaining.
be the full play for the plant. And Serenity's going to go for the kills, the swing, the shots! And Serenity with the ace clutch in round 4.
In the dying seconds of that round, there was only one place that player could have been. One place. And she put foot to the pedal and she found it. Grumpy Grapes off the back of Serenity's 5v1 clutch. Take another round and overt. That's gotta hurt.
That, I mean, there is stepping on a Lego in the middle of the night, and then there is what Overt just experienced. A 1v5, I believe it was a 1v5. Close
It
enough.
was.
Yeah, 1v5 ace clutch from the frag queen herself, Serenity, here on the Grumpy Grapes. There is big, and then there is what
Defenders,
she
protect
just
your bombs from
achieved
being defused
to put
by
her team up
attackers.
3-1.
Well played there from Serenity, but of course the information game also really helped out with that. She knew where all these players were exactly, and it's a bit unfortunate as well for taking those 1v1 gunfights when really, you know, the odds were all in their favor. They could simply have held a crossfire, wait for Serenity to come through, but it was not to be. It was for the YouTube clip, for that clip, bro. So, you know, worth it.
10 seconds remaining.
My lord, that was massive. Absolutely massive. And Cortari,
5 seconds left. before
speaking of
insertion.
massive, looking to go aggressive here in the 5th.
Attackers-
I mean, what can you do to salvage the mental after that last round?
Look, all you gotta do is play
Oh
round
my
by round
God!
Reloading.
and
Okay,
do stuff
so
like that.
She lands a shot. She lands a shot. Good enough. Yeah, Cass is like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Look, you know, that would help, right? Just saying, you know what, screw it, just go for the run out, go for the ridiculous aggressive plays, because that's going to throw a spanner in the works. Grumpy Grapes so far have been, you know, on top of things. They've got the aggression, and suddenly have Katari just bolt out of there. You're not going to expect that.
I mean, you're still not going to expect the literal 1v5 ace clutch from Serenity
Yeah, that's true.
in that last round. And it was a full-fledged 1v5 ace clutch. The only damage having been dealt onto Cortari, and that was at the start of the round. Now here, though, look, Cortari a little bit upset that the ace clutch happened. Went for the aggressive run out towards construction from that jacuzzi balcony. But Bernabet, this position is going to be huge. A pixel spotted onto that Rafters player will shut it down, but Serenity taken out of the equation by Beans to start things off. And now Grumpy Grapes can no longer rely on her to pull it out.
So far, though, not much map presence here. They are working those walls, which is good, and they've been very efficient at doing so. They've got the garage wall open, they've got the main breach open. Minute and a half, so not quite as fast as that first time they went there, but still not bad. Only downside, of course, is they have lost Serenity in doing so, and yeah, losing a star player, you know, not a great thing.
Not the end of the world, of course. We know that
100%.
Grumpy Grapes in a pitch can pull up and swing. Yoshi's still playing that CCTV window out on the highway. Gonna pull off the angle for now, but you look at it, Grumpy Grapes looking to deal with this Rafters player, this pesky Wemite of Psycho. They clear out the utility, and the dump is going to begin. Frag grenade eaten by the ADS. You talk about unfortunate, there is also a player there in support as well. No frag grenades remaining for Burner, so the 2-player hold of Rafters is going to remain in effect, and Grumpy Cheese somehow still alive as Cortari shut down by Cass. Still a player up on Rafters, it being Psycho. Burner finds that kill as well, and all momentum shifting to the front of the vehicle here for Grumpy Grapes. Cass on the breach, looking to cover, looking to provide support so that the team can get that diffuser down in just a moment. 2 nitros in play to deny. No toxic canisters. Cass just keeps on charging through. Cheese on the plant. Looking to tuck into the corner just outside the breach, denying any chance. And a long arm, but Cass has walked through. Beans goes for the nitro. It's a whiff and a shutdown. Grumpy Grapes take a 4th here on Clubhouse Spud. They are 1 away from the 5-1 half.
Well, I would not have seen this coming even at the beginning of this matchup, at the beginning of this map. I thought we'd see a 3-3 maybe, given how these teams have played, but Grumpy Grapes, the structure just really, really favoring them. And apart from that one round, they have just been on a roll. There was, of course, that ace clutch, which given should have been Overt's round, but that was flawlessly executed. They had the garage control. They put so much pressure. Even with 2 players, it wasn't enough to hold on to those rafters. And once they did that, went for the plant and beautifully read as well, put it in the corner instead of the default, meant that the C4 couldn't get her as well. Well done from Grumpy Grapes.
My lord, what a round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
My lord. This 3rd, 4th place match. Well, the grand finals was huge. Somehow, this one has gone even further. Like, this is massive stuff, and we are finally getting to see that basement come into play. This is the first time we're seeing it here in this 3rd place match. And Berta is going to go for she's going for a different angle. The Nook coming into play.
Yeah, I guess they're feeling a little bit ahead of themselves here, but hey, given how the performance has gone, I would say that's fair enough, and it could be something that also throws Overt off as well. You know, the Nook able to evade those cameras and might be, you know, not watching properly, and yeah, could potentially just sneak up onto site, and who knows? Right now, it's up to Overt to make some sort of comeback and fight back here, and Grumpy Grapes are they're just living it.
They really are. I mean, first time in playoffs, and Qatari just slammed by Serenity, wanting to be the aggressor, and unfortunately not able to make the play happen, and all of a sudden things quickly spiraling out of control. And we've seen in previous rounds, but as soon as Qatari goes down, the rest quickly fall. Barky to follow. And Bernabé sneaking her way down from Oil Pit. Oh, Psycho's there. Just a little bit hesitant on the swing. Shots not connecting, and Bernabé takes a 3rd. Grumpy Grapes are storming through the half, looking to take the 5-1 Serenity. She's in. Yoshi for a 4th. It's down onto Beans as the plant going down. Yoshi commits and closes out the flawless round to end the half. Spud. We are about to see the reverse sweep, and it is 5-1 at the half. It's not far off.
Mind you, this is usually considered a defender-sided map. For Grumpy Grapes to do so well on attack is huge. And now they've got the safety net of going onto defense. They've got the safety net of 4 rounds in the pocket. And the safety net of Overt. The mental must be so difficult right now. Like, you could see some of those shots, the mental starting to take effect, not winning those gunfights they should. And the Grumpy Grapes, it's just a matter of continuing this momentum, and 2 more rounds, and they've got that 3rd place spot.
My lord, the reverse sweep is on the horizon here, Spud. They are so close. 2 rounds from a 8-6 loss on their own map to picking up their opponent 7-3, and 2 rounds away from potentially closing it out 7-1 here with the first round on the defense. What a story. That's huge.
Yeah, it looks like that first map was just a bit of an anomaly. They just needed some time to warm up, and they certainly have. More than one, they are so hot right now, just burning through Overt. Overt, on the other hand, although they put up a good fight on that first map, something slipped over these next 2 maps, and they need to find the thing that made them so good on Chalet if they want to have any hope of dragging this to overtime.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
My lord. Women's League Season 6, indeed. What a truly unique and amazing experience it is. 5-1 in the half, Qatari picking up the Twitch, so I wonder if that maybe signals some intention coming here into the second half, and one that will be backed up by no small amount of violence. But it's not a fuse. It's unfortunately never going to be a 0 because that's banned out here. But honestly, how do you claw your way back from this?
Look, it's just got to be round by round, kill by kill. They need to make sure they don't make any mistakes. Make sure to get everything right, because Grumpy Grapes will absolutely use anything they have to turn it back against Overt. Serenity almost gets taken out. That's very cheeky, running across the doorway like that. But she actually gives up that CC site. Leaves it all only up to Cass.
Lost contact with Gemini.
Well, Cass going to keep herself in cash for now. Cass, or as she's better known, Cass Money. Cass dollar bills. Has the utility denial there, going for a bit of a free fire, but it's Yoshi, the first to go down in the round. And top red, the angle being opened up as well. Bernabet quickly falls. Cortari running that DMR, the French DMR on top. Cass might still be able to mount some sort of resistance, but the odds are low, especially with the drones coming in and that information they do have on her. But you talk about a dire situation to be holding on. If she pulls out a kill or even 2 here, this round is just going to be absolutely absurd.
Yeah, at this point here, it's all about wasting time. Even dying, but burning up more time is going to be key here. And so far, she's doing that really well. It's ridiculous.
Yoshi! The flank and diffuser control as well. Guys looking for a kill, but unfortunately not enough rounds in the mag. Yoshi with the flank of the sentry. Baki in. So does Beans push on through. And they find Cass as well. The Audacity answered, but it's all about stalling out and slowing down time. Grumpy Cheese heads down to the basement. Serenity, the Gemini onto her, and they both get a peel down onto the first floor. They are playing that long time game. They know. I'm surprised they're not leaving Serenity down on that first floor with a Nitro cell, but they'll pull it back over. We see the secondary breaching charge. Nitro was going to be ripped, but there's a player on the rappel head. Ravenna just sticks herself too far up. Baki as well falls. That's diffuser control. That's diffuser control. He has spot 14 seconds to play. Cheese falls, but Serenity has the M590. 10 seconds on the clock. Beans has picked it up, and Kotari's job is now to cover. There's a castle barricade denying the play. Kotari will, in fact, find the closing kill. But how many of these rounds come that close before Overt no longer can pull these plays out of the bag? Because the drain, the mental strain that these situations put you through is so draining.
That was so close to Grumpy Grapes as well. Yoshi on that flank. She did get taken down earlier, but was able to be picked up and then come back up to the flank. Cass, of course, almost took out that Sophia as well. And if she had still been in CC, then yeah, it could have been Grumpy Grapes round. We could be seeing a match point here. So, close. And again, as we mentioned, Overt can't keep relying on those close plays. They need to be able to win it outright in order to keep themselves safe. At the same time, though, a round's a round, a win is a win, and for Overt, that's a first step. You've gotten that round on the board. Now it's just continue that momentum.
We are in an interesting timeline spot. We truly are. 5-2. Grumpy Grapes now looking to defend CCTV and cash, and with the mirror in play, that prospect becomes a tenuous one. Mirror is so strong on the defense. There is only so much you can do to deal with it. They pair that with, of course, the Tachanka, and with Bernabet on the Bandit.
5 seconds to go.
If they have the utility, they do. They've got the mutant play. There is going to be very little they can do to deal with the Bandit batteries other than Psycho, of course, burning it open. So if they lose Psycho early with any form of aggression, this round quickly spirals out of control for Overt.
Oh, I was worried that the mirror window was actually facing out into garage, but that's an interesting placement there. You can actually hold that breach. Just hope it doesn't get shot out from below, but hey, garage is a pretty difficult place to be, so could work out.
Shield there, top red as well. So all this utility focused undenying not just the players of Overt winning the round, but denying them entry into the building. They're trying to clear out the bandit barrier, but look at the positioning. Burner is finessing the system right now. Kotari, you can see it on the drone, trying to get it up red stairs. It's going to go through. Doesn't look like there's a mute jammer in play. It's going to be shot out. Sky, was that the mirror window popped? No, that's big. They do get the bandit batteries, but no mirror window clearance on top red. Kotari's going to have to make it work the second time around.
Well, that's one open. I'm not sure. Yep, that does.
Okay, so second time around, she gets there.
I think that might have been open from the breach as well, possibly. You can get an angle if you rappel up onto the top of the opening, but... Well, there you go. Cass still in position. Burner Bear underneath as well to deny that garage entry, and they've still got the chunker to work with. Lots of utility still remaining, and a minute and a half to go.
That's a cheeky little pixel angle on the shield there for Yoshi. Cass still looking to hold things down from rafters. They have done little to push her out of that position. We are getting close to that final minute here in round 8, and like I did say, CCTV and Cash is a bomb site that you have to approach from a multitude of angles, and if you do not, you'll find yourself in an immense amount of trouble, because chances are you're going to push into a meat grinder. And with, obviously, one of those guns in play being the DP27 and LMG, that meat grinder, it's set the chunky.
Burner Bear could find a pick here. Could be crucial if she finds it, but unfortunately just hidden by the motorbikes. Does swing around, but Katari is faster. But refrag, perfectly played there from Cass, and they hold on to the garage.
Taking Kotari out once again. We've seen this time and time again. Spot if Kotari falls, the onus becomes that much harder to deal with Psycho. It looks like it's going to be a con push. But Grumpy Cheese still has 6 Jamaica grenades available, which is, I mean, a huge amount of time, especially with only 20 on the clock. She just has to slow it down, play for the time, knows exactly what she's doing. Unfortunately, one of them bounces back with frag grenade and play. Cass with a kill onto Ravenna. DP27 out and Grumpy getting aggressive, looking for one. It's big damage, but it's not enough. Cass finds a kill. Yoshi for a second. The crossfires into the site, huge. And it's now down at a beam. She's got 2 seconds, 1 second. And Yoshi pushes in, closes the round out. Grumpy Grapes on the precipice, on the verge of not just map point, not just series point here, Spud, but reverse sweep point.
So close at the start, but suddenly things have just run away from Overt. Grumpy Grapes now 4 rounds up, looking like they're going to go to 7-2. Overt have their work cut out for them. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes. On the hand of Grumpy Grapes, though, they've certainly been playing very, very well. Oregon, and here on Clubhouse, even better. That Tachanka play was perfect. A few missed shots there right at the end, but it didn't matter. It was all about the time that was wasted. Those Schumacher grenades just burned up all of Overt's time, and in the end, they had to push into a crossfire, you know, protected by a mirror window. It's just not much you can do.
Oh, boy.
Attackers need to
Stakes
locate
rising
and
ever higher.
if they can.
Here on Clubhouse, down to the basement, which, I mean, one that can often go in favor of the attack. And with Kotari bringing out her special, her wild card pick, of course, the Fuse Spud coming into play.
Also, look at that. The Ying is on board as well. Could be a rush. Maybe just go through Dirt Tunnel. Just send it. Because you need to try something different. You need to change things up. At the same time, though, you don't want to be taking too many risks. You want to do something you know works and are confident in. And yeah, so who knows? There's two ways to play this. It's up to Overt to decide how they want to do it.
My. I was gonna say I'm keen for the Fuse, but also Serenity playing a roaming smoke up on the first floor is also pretty big as well. I mean, you got a battle of 2 of the best roaming smoke players in the Women's League competition, being Kotari and Serenity. But I bet they're looking to push in through stock. They're looking to get a bit aggressive with it. They want to make some big money moves and try and close that gap where you can.
Shadow will give Cheese away. She gets taken down. Beans opens it up. 1 kill on the board. Need to find another 4.
Then in the bathroom. I mean, Grumpy Cheese, not the biggest of losses. The Bandit having already committed the utility. I think the biggest loss being that Nitro Cell that Cheese would have had. But they've still got 3 smoke canisters. They've still got Bernabear's Nitro Cell. They've got a lot to deny.
Yeah, also the time has been pretty well managed by the attack this time. They've got 2 minutes left to work with. Both hatches opened up, so definitely can start applying pressure here. No, don't have a buck or a sledge, but of course we do mention that fuse, and that's definitely going to drain the utility from the defenders. And as they start falling back, they're going to be all crowded on site, which means right pickings for the fuse.
Qatari already throwing some charges down lane. But Serenity, oh my. Obviously the info was there that she was pushing up and almost getting banged out through the soft floor. That could have been detrimental indeed. But for now, we go towards that final minute. And Grumpy Graves still have 4 or 5 players alive and looking to resist. You could just feel the hesitation from Overt.
Yeah, so far things just have not been working out for them. So yeah, no surprises there, but maybe if they could get one pick, even 2, then definitely that's the time to execute. They have the manpower advantage, and they also have these Yings for cover, which will certainly help out a lot. And yeah, it seems like it's starting to... No, it's still waiting.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Well, Serenity finds the equalizer. I think we might have some magnet bug in the spray through. Barky in trouble by the generator. Doesn't have a lot of support, and multiple angles being covered. Cass on the swing, hit by the Candela, of course. Bernabear will fell Qatari as Cass backs off. Somehow alive! It will be another kill going the way of Grumpy Grapes, though, in a 3 versus 3. Serenity looking to get aggressive. Finds the angle onto Barky. 2 more kills, and it's going to be theirs. The plant going down. It's all on Cass to clutch up. A big 3 kill there for Beans in the round. Just trying to duck her way on in, but can't do it. Overt will hold on for 1 further. Spud, though, it is coming too close for comfort.
That could have gone so poorly for Overt. I mean, Serenity was a second away from pulling out her shotgun. If she had got that shotgun out in time and taken out Sophia, that would have been the game. That would have been it. There's no cover to stop that player moving from blue back into sight. But fortunately, just a little bit faster on the trigger, did manage to take out Serenity. And of course, you do have the mirror window facing back out into blue to help you out a little bit. So a win, round win by the skin of their teeth, but Overt cutting it really, really close here.
Oh boy, they are. They really are. 6-3 though. So Grumpy Grapes still have a bit of room. We are going to be going bar stage, though that is evident to me right now. I've just noticed it.
Defenders
I
protected being defused by attackers.
it's something that's been posed to a number of different players. You know, is bar stage viable? And it is. It really is if you have the setup. Yoshi bringing in the Oryx, so they don't necessarily need to rely on the shotgun. They can be a little bit more aggressive. Bernabear bringing the alibi, so misinformation, pairing it with the Saria Gates as well. Grumpy Grapes have come in with a plan, and this plan could close out the entire series.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen this the entire game, so maybe this will be the thing that throws Overt off their game. They've cut it so close so far. If this is what it is that it takes to win the game, then so be it. You're going to go for that risk. You're going to play fast stage. Personally, I'm not sure why you take a risk on a kind of unproven site on 6-3, but hey, whatever works, works. And if this is what it takes to win, so be it.
It's only dumb if it fails, of course.
That's right.
The age-old mantra. Yoshi opening up angles. They want to be able to play that vert game as well. They want to be able to rotate freely around through the basement, play the flank game. And you can understand why. So many big flanks have played out through this series, and Yoshi, a key instigator of those flanks as well. That could be detrimental. Traditionally, Spud, when you see a team taking garage control, whether it's on basement defense or what have you, unfortunately first kill going the way of Overt. You claymore off Oil Pit. And with the freedom and the intention already shown that Grumpy Grapes are looking to play through the basement, a Oil Pit flank could win a round.
That's a nice pick there. Qatari goes down to Cass. Definitely a much-needed refrag there after losing Bernabet early on. And that top floor, the only thing that's holding onto that right now is Cass, and you don't want to give up that hatch control too early. The other thing that might throw them for a loop is perhaps they think it's a gym bedroom site. The time they take to figure that out might slow them down, but I don't imagine it'll be too much. Now, really, it's up to Cass to hold on to this and make sure that, yeah, that top floor stays in control for as long as possible.
Well, they had the option, the fadeaway through the hatches. As we get close to that final minute, the desperation will set in. Yoshi again playing that flank game.
Bomb located by
Top
attackers.
red now looking to pinch in and clear out on that top floor, which has been the intention, or at least shown to be the intention for the side of Overt. They don't seem to have any inkling or idea that she is in that position, though, and that could come back to cost them quite dearly.
Yeah, we've noticed this growing trend for overt missed drones and missing information, and this might be their undoing. Yoshi on the flank. No one is aware, and she could definitely flank up and just completely destroy this attack, but I think she's going for the merciful route. She will be going back to site and playing it safe here.
Has the hatch open to her. Could jump up through Moto. A lot of these vert angles being established, but we're heading into the final 30 seconds, and there's only a single player on either time off the board. The team, rather, not time. Burnett and Cortari out of the equation, which bodes horrendously for Overt. Frag grenade into the site, but it's not going to connect to anyone. And we see Yoshi still down in that basement, looking to flank around. We hit red time as well, but it's all coming to a head here. Something needs to give, something needs to be forced. And the angle being covered. Serenity with the first headshot onto Ravenna. 5 seconds remaining. Cheese finds Bucky. It's all coming apart here at the seams. Psycho is just going to play KD. And Grumpy Grapes for the first time in playoffs crack top 3, having fallen to the Warriors in the first semi-finals. They redeem themselves and reverse sweep Overt. Back-to-back, going 8-6, 7-3, and 7-3 on Clubhouse. Massive stuff from the girls.
Well, I may have doubted them a little bit in the early stages, but no longer. 7-3, 7-3. I'm not sure what to say. That's just very, very dominant. And Grumpy Grapes, they were all over that map. They were all in control. And that last round especially, you just saw Overt hesitating. They weren't sure what to do, and who could blame them? The aggression from Serenity, the flanks from Yoshi, and also just the way that Grumpy Grapes have been playing together. It's so difficult for Overt, and ultimately that hesitation cost them time, and time ran out, and that was it. That was the match.
Serenity for a combined 45 kills over 3 maps. 16 in map 1, 15 in map 1, 16 in map 2, 14 and the one that we just saw closed out there. 45 frags across the maps and some massive ones, including that ace clutch there on Clubhouse. So, I mean, look, it's big numbers. Right now, though, we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll dive into the final map breakdown. We'll get into our interviews, and we'll look to close out the season. We'll be back soon. Alex?
face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now.
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light in love. We're gonna shout it out to the Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light in love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky.
Hello and welcome back. We are here for the interview portion of the broadcast as well. Spud, we're going to be joined by Psycho and Beans for a chat from the Team Overt after that very unfortunate loss. So, I mean, look, it was a valiant effort. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite close it out, but here they are, Beans, Psycho, for a bit of a chat. You girls cracked on into the playoffs. Unfortunately, you had the longest run through the playoffs. You played 6 maps. The next most, everyone else played maximum 5. And honestly, you girls had to work so hard throughout it. Unfortunately, you couldn't pull out the win, but you guys played some phenomenal Siege. I mean, how's it feel? You still made playoffs. You still made top 4. What's the vibes in the Overt camp?
I think we did really well, considering. What is it?
Yeah.
Our entire roster, except for Kotari, is brand new. Like, first season on for everyone. So I guess for us to make Final 4 with such a fresh roster up against people that have been playing for however many seasons, it's pretty good. I'm proud of everyone. Like, I'm very proud of the girls for pulling through and making it through, the last, 6-7 weeks to get to semis and finals? Something like that?
Yeah, it was.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
It was definitely a bit of a miracle run. Really well played from you guys, and especially on that Chalet map. First map, 8-6. What was it like going into Chalet knowing that it was, of course, Grumpy Grape's map pick? And did you expect to win that one?
To be honest, it was kind of our map pick because we wanted to go to Chalet.
Yeah, we wanted Chalet to begin with.
So we were happy with all the maps today. I think just our performance in the last 2 maps kind of flopped.
Yeah.
Just because they simply play better than GG Cylinder.
Outplayed on so many rounds. But
For real.
still a solid effort.
I mean, look, you guys as a team had a couple of very, very standout moments. I mean, Spud and I were popping off. I mean, a couple of plays you guys made. But unfortunately, it is a little bit eclipsed by what happened in the last couple of maps. I mean, coming into the prep phase of everything, you put in the work, you put in the hours. I mean, do you reckon that had it been a slightly different map, Vito, that it would have come up over it?
Possibly. I think when it comes down to it, by the time we reached finals, I think everyone agrees we were a little underprepared on too many maps to be comfortable with. So, we've got our maps that we're okay playing. We're happy with those choices, but at the same time, in comparison to the maps that we're really good on, there's not enough of them to have that wide enough pool to just do well across the board on maps that we like.
Yeah.
And that being said, we can play as well as we want, but if the other team just plays better, what can we really do about that?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of playing better, Psycho, I do want to touch on this before I let Spud ask his question. Mezzanine, Psycho territory on Chalet.
Yeah.
The Frost triple kill as they pushed on through. I mean, you guys played a stunning Chalet, and it definitely showed up in some of those big multi-frags you guys played. But, I mean, what's running through your head in that moment? You're playing Frost, you're on Mezzanine, all of a sudden there are just bodies running towards you. How did you pull that out of the bag?
They just fed me, to be honest. They just fed me bodies. I peeked everything. I think they just didn't drone me. They were face checking. I just took advantage of that, and I just had better aim in those gunfights, but obviously not in the last 2 maps. So I think I used all my skill in the first map and then just died. But yeah, I don't know. I love playing Mez, and I love being challenged on there. So.
Well, that was definitely a good first map, didn't end so well. But hey, maybe there's next season. Will we be seeing you guys next season as well?
I hope so.
Probably not the full roster. I am fingers crossed that we have our full roster because I love everyone on my team. There's such beautiful people, and I met them, most of them IRL, and they're just actual beautiful human beings, and I want them forever under my wing all the time, please.
I mean, provided everything, it just depends on, whether, everyone wants to stick out another season, whether they're even going to play another season. Hopefully we do have our roster, because we do work really well together. We're all good friends. We have a good time together, and that's the main thing, I think, that comes into this competition, just enjoying playing. So yeah, hopefully, you see us all back again, with some luck.
Probably a little bit better this time.
I do have one question. And it does pertain to a very prominent member of your roster, Kotari. At what point do you guys just drop the reins and say, Kotari, go kill? Because there are a couple of moments, after the ace clutch, Kotari's just, sprinting out jacuzzi looking to slaughter Kaz. When does that happen?
It's all her own will. I think
Yeah, when Katari wants to do Katari things, she just goes and does them. It's great.
on the club game, I was holding Raft and I said, "There's someone at my garage door," and then Katari's like, "Garage door, you say?" And as Oryx, she just bolts through the door, like through the wall, and just kills him. And I'm like, okay,
Fair enough. Enough said.
She's a gunner, and we're just lucky to have her part of our team.
Oh, she is. She does some wild and wonderful things. You love to cast it. You love to see it. As a teammate, I can only imagine what it's like wondering why the hell 3 people are dead all of a sudden. Katari's just standing there covered in blood.
I blink and they're all dead.
Yeah. But look, it's an unfortunate loss, but you guys represented yourselves really well this season. It was an absolute pleasure to be able to cast you. Before we let you head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Just the entire XP staff for putting on the comp. All of the people that have come in and given us a hand throughout the season, our coaches, our friends that have jumped in to help us out, everyone that we've managed to get consistent scrims with that have just been there, that like basically at a moment's notice to just be like, hey, you guys need prac? We're here to give you prac. Let's go. I think
Overt, the whole
org has given us so much support since we joined them. Like nothing, they have like gone above and beyond what we expected of an org when we first started looking for one. And it was just like great to have a season with so much support from so many people that we'd managed to befriend over the last few months.
I do have a personal shout out and a big, I don't know what to say, but I want to give a big shout out to one of the best people I know. He's probably watching this. Nate, you have been my biggest supporter. You've pushed me through like the hard times. You have been like my number one through the past few months. You rock, and I love you heaps. And you're the best person I know. Highlight of my life so far. So thank you.
Yeah, look, anyone with a gunner like Nate in your corner, it's probably going to translate into results. But thank you so much for joining us for the interview, girls. We'll let you go off and get ready for, happy holidays, obviously.
Happy holidays, Christmas, Merry Christmas, everyone.
We look forward to seeing you going into 2022, Spud. It's big stuff. You love to see the community gathering around. You love to see the orgs coming in and the people that are behind the scenes making sure that our competitors come in and put in their absolute all each week.
Yeah, I know no matter the results, I know everyone supporting these girls will be super, super proud of the work they've put in and how well they've performed. They've certainly put on a great show as well for all our Twitch viewers out there. We've seen some amazing players today, some, great run out, some crazy, crazy stuff, and it was a good time.
And of course, let's get on into that breakdown, have a look at just how the numbers played out before we get into our final interview of, the day and the season and the year. So numbers-wise, it was a big match. We know that much for sure. Serenity pulled out another double-digit performance. We're just waiting on production to get it all sorted. He said it was going to be ready. I was lied to, but whatever. No, there we go. Here it is, coming onto your screen. Okay. All right, that's the game, Spud. Who got what numbers? That's the guess.
Okay, I'm going to say Serenity was at the top for Grumpy Grapes. That's my professional opinion. I reckon that's a pretty good guess. Cass, I reckon, was under that. Cass did pretty well from what I can remember as well. And then after that, I'm honestly not too sure. Katari was at the top for Overt, though. That's a given.
It was a solid effort. I mean, look, 45 frags over 3 games for Serenity is a pretty significant achievement. I mean, there are players in, tier 1 and the sort of thing that can't even put those sort of numbers. I mean, someone from EU did the other day in the EU finals, I believe, but it was literally just to keep the team in. I think it was Citizen, if I remember correctly. But there you go, the accurate numbers. 14, 1, and 6 for Serenity. Cass dropping 10 and 6. Yeah, Kotari and Beans topping the leaderboard for Overt, but it was Grumpy Grapes in control from start to finish, and Serenity was integral in how this series played out.
Yeah, look at that. 2.33 KD, a 3.2 from last map as well. So definitely leading the charge there. But of course, supported by a lot of her teammates as well. There was a great communication and teamwork there from Grumpy Grapes. And also on the part of Overt as well. They didn't do too badly either. But unfortunately, 7-3, it will be a loss, and that will be a 2-1 loss here in this third place playoff.
At the end of the day, there's got to be one winner. That's just the way that competition naturally comes into play. And Well, we are just waiting on our second interview, of course. Alex is quickly sorting out the girls from Grumpy Grapes. I don't know who we're actually getting in for the interview, though. But so that's a bit of interview roulette.
Any, mini, money, mo, I guess.
Yeah, that's how Alex he likes to play fast and loose, keep us on our toes, make sure that we are bringing our A game every single broadcast. But I mean, realistically, for the first time, a team playing playoffs that like Grumpy Grapes are, at least, again, I say this in my memory. I don't remember seeing them in playoffs up until now. But for them to pull this out, and not only that, but take third place as well, that's huge.
Yeah, it's definitely really, really well played. A result of a lot of hard work, a lot of practice, and a lot of preparation. It's all paid off finally. They have got that third place position to brag about, at least. $500 also does help a lot, but hey, at least you get the bragging rights. That's what counts, right?
Oh, always. What do you mean? Who would even show up if it weren't for bragging rights? But here we go. We've got confirmation. Our interviewees are in. They are ready to go. It is going to be Burner Bear and Cheese to join us for a bit of a chat. And here look, it's going to be great to get their insight into things and how everything played out. And here we go. Joining us in just a moment. It's going to be a very, very interesting chat. I'm super keen for it. I'm ready to go. They're ready to go. They're coming on in. Cheese and Burner Bear, welcome to the interview booth. Hot off the back of picking up third place. You guys played a hell of a series. How does it feel? I mean, not only coming into this first playoffs as a team, but to take top 3 as well.
Go for it, Cheese.
It feels pretty amazing.
Just awestruck.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting, to be honest. Like we set a goal at the start of the season of we wanted to make top 4. We wanted to make finals, and from there, who knew what was going to happen? And you know, obviously we made top 4, and we kind of just took that approach of once we hit it, of let's see what we can do, and you know, we got third, so we're happy with that. We kind of had no expectations, and you know, exceeded expectations. Really, that's what we did. So we're happy. We're ecstatic. So
yeah, definitely. And all of our girls just played amazing, and it was just a really good season. I've been a fan of Burner Bears for since season 2, so it's really cool getting to play with her and Serenity. So yeah.
So obviously a 2-1 victory there. So first map, 8-6 is pretty close, but you guys did lose that. What steps did you take? Was there kind of like a mental reset for you guys to then go on to Oregon and just win 7-3 so dominantly?
I guess we just chilled out a little bit because Oregon wasn't one of our main maps this season, and we were like, well, you know what, we're just going to do our best and have fun doing it. And yeah, we were just a bit more chill, and I think once we had that game of being able to relax and just have fun, we were like, oh, okay, it's fine, we got this.
Yeah, Oregon was a map we hadn't really planned all season. It was, yeah, we didn't really we had some sort of strats on the hand, but we never really practiced them, or we didn't really scrim it. Never really planned to go it. It just wasn't our ban for this week. And so when we got it this week, we're like, oh, this isn't great. So when we were 1-0 down and facing it, was like, oh, this probably isn't going to go great for us. So at the end of the first game, it's like, oh, well, let's just have fun with this game, with the second game, whatever happens, you know, enjoy it. And I think we just took that relaxed attitude into it, and that really just played into you know, what we needed for that game. We came away with the win from that, and that really sort of gave us the confidence going into the third one.
I mean, confidence was deserved going to Clubhouse, but there was a very, very particular moment on Clubhouse where Spud and I just lost our minds. You were down in a 1v5, Serenity, the last hope for the team. I mean, what's going through comms as Serenity not only ace clutches, but pulls off the last kill in the dying seconds of the round?
It was a lot of shouting, I think, a lot of awestruck.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't think anyone sort of realised what was happening. I don't even know Serenity realised what was happening. It was just kind of a lot of excitement as it was sort of ticking over, and oh, hang on, we might actually get this one. She might actually get this one, and yeah, it was a pretty exciting round. It was a very unexpected.
She absolutely smashed it.
Oh, I mean, you guys smashed out the series in general. You guys had some standout moments. And we were talking to the girls from Overt. They didn't actually plan to go to Oregon either. They wanted to pick Chalet, but someone else did. So they made do with what you had. But I mean, look, let's talk about it. You guys, you match up against the Warriors in the semifinals, which was always going to be a rough match. They 2-0. You come into the third, fourth place match. You go the full distance. You go to the map 3 in your first playoffs as a team. And I mean, what work goes into that? How much, on a weekly basis, how much were you guys getting down to the grind and making sure that you were ready?
I've played most seasons. Well, actually, no, I've played all the seasons of Women's League, and this is probably one of the teams that I've been in that scrimmed the most. That's really put in the work every week. Like the team has really wanted to do well, and it's really shown. Everyone has improved so much this season, and the results speak for themselves. So.
Well, look, it was a hell of a showing you gave us, honestly, and I'm expecting Crips T to have something to say about this later on the timeline. Your guys' match was better than the grand finals because you gave us the whole spectrum. It was close, it was chaotic, there were clutches, there were big plays. The grand finals was great as well, but I mean, look, a third match, a reverse sweep, it's the whole storyline that you could ask for. Congratulations, you cracked top 3. You walk away with a bit of change as well. Before we let you girls head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you go, Chase.
You go. Definitely Warriors and Forsaken. Thank you so much for the scrims and just being fantastic and helping us out all season. We appreciate you. Crescent, thank you so much for being a coach and being chilling. And also Hotline Bling for helping us out. We really appreciate it.
Well, also, I just want to thank all the sponsors of XP as well. Like, without all the sponsors, this event or this league wouldn't be a thing. Also, all the XP organizers, like the casters, the observers, and Alex. Most of all, Alex puts in so much work for us all. So I want to thank Alex.
Yeah,
he really
Alex.
does. We get messages late at night saying, you know, this is what we've got going into next week. Hey, look, he puts in absolute heart. Not as much heart as you girls, though. You guys, honestly, would not be half the league it is without the players. And honestly, getting to see you guys week in, week out, making those improvements, getting to go further, absolutely awesome. But we'll let you head off. We'll let you celebrate the victory today, and we'll look forward to seeing you back again in 2022. Maybe it's a team, maybe not. Who knows? The year is going to be an interesting one. But congratulations. We'll see you later. Spud, that does bring us to the end of our bronze medal match, of course, and brings us to the end of Season 6 and 2021's iteration of the Women's League. What a year it's been.
Yeah, what a way to wrap it up as well. We saw that go to all 3 maps. There were moments everywhere. Great for the Twitter timeline. Great for the clips that you're going to be showing to everyone. Just, yeah, great all around. And here we have the finals bracket. Once again, Warriors did win 2-0 against Grumpy Grapes and eventually win against Forsaken Bobler. Once again, 2-0. Great team there. And of course, over Grumpy Grapes were the players here in our third playoff. Overall, some really, really great teams. I'm so excited to see them again next season because if they're playing at this level now, imagine what they can do once they've had that break, once they've had some more time to prepare. And next season's going to be even better.
I mean, that's always been the case. We've seen that throughout the year, of course. Season after season, year after year, the competition just gets that much deeper, that much more intense, and it's going to be so exciting going into next year, of course, and seeing just what comes about in terms of the next season of Women's League. But Spud, that brings us to a close. The end of Women's League in 2021, the last major ANZ broadcast of the year. We have our champions, of course, Chiefs out of the OCN, Fury out of the OCL, and Warriors out of the Women's League as well. And thank you so much for joining me here on the third place match broadcast. Massive thank you to our sponsors, of course. Without them, none of this would have been possible. XP, obviously, Ubisoft, ZQ Racing, Computer Alliance, Intel, ROG, and Cooler Master. There you go on your screen. The top 3 teams for the year. Warriors first, Forsaken Boba second, Grumpy Grapes second, third, and of course, Overt walking away in that 4th place. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Thank you to the viewers that have tuned out throughout the year. XP, though, not done for the year. We have our Valorant event coming up in 2 days' time on Sunday the 19th. of December. That one's going to be a fun one, so make sure you check in, tune in for that one as well. We've got some very well-known casters taking care of that. Cthulhu and I called in some friends to make sure that XP was well taken care of. But that does bring us to the end of the year, Spud. That brings us to the end of the broadcast. Until next year, until 2022, for the XP Esports Women's League, we are signing off. We'll see you there. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Bye.
Powered by AMD 3rd Gen Ryzen processors, the ROG Strix B550F gaming Wi-Fi provides first-class gaming features and style. The B550F Wi-Fi features a robust 12+2 DRMOS-teamed Power Stage VRM design with high-quality alloy chokes and durable capacitors to provide reliable power for the latest high-core count AMD CPUs. Fanless VRM and chipset heatsinks with our StatCool 3+ design keep your system running reliably under heavy load by enhancing passive cooling capacity for critical onboard components. For the best gaming connectivity, you get Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth 5.1, and 2.5 gigabit LAN with Asus LAN Guard. You also get dual M.2 NVMe SSD slots, one with PCIe 4.0x4 connectivity, plus a USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type-C port and Thunderbolt 3 header. Our pre-mounted I/O shield makes installation a breeze, and with USB BIOS flashback technology, your system's firmware can be updated for next-gen CPUs using nothing more than a PSU and a USB flash drive. A pristine Supreme FX S1220A codec with DTS Sound Unbound and Sonic Studio 3 draws you deeper into the action. Communicate clearly with Asus AI noise-canceling mic technology. Asus exclusive AuraSync RGB lighting, including 2 RGB headers plus 1 Gen 2 addressable RGB header, let you make your PC's lighting uniquely yours. ROG Strix motherboards undergo an extensive certification program to ensure the very best compatibility with the widest range of components and devices. For a smooth build process, refer to our list of guaranteed compatible components. Ascend to next gen with the ROG Strix B550F gaming Wi-Fi.
Back of the room, back of the party. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party.